include the heads of Cisco, JP Morgan Chase, and Citigroup.
She referenced the stock market. The Dow plunged 890 points. A federal judge wants Doge to open up the books, ruling it's likely open to Freedom of Information requests to learn more about Elon Musk and the department's push to slash federal spending. But Musk tells Fox Business they are being transparent.
We post the receipts. So it's like this action has been taken, this action has been taken.
The House plans to vote today on a bill to fund the government ahead of a Friday deadline to avert a shutdown.
Republicans will need near unanimous support in the House to advance a spending bill extending government funding through September. President Trump has been calling holdouts, urging support for the measure that increases military spending with cuts to some social programs.
Fox's Jared Halpern. One Republican already plans to join Democrats voting no if another GOP lawmaker does. The bill would not pass. America's listening to Fox News.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Heroes like Austin Reese have paid a high price for our freedom. Austin served 3 deployments to Iraq. He spent 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit and became a military freefall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin was left paralyzed. Tunnel to Towers built Austin a specially adapted smart home. Help heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Glad that you're here on a Tuesday. We have got a couple guests coming in that I think you'll be excited about. Every Tuesday, at 7:25, we talk to the talk master, Neil Bortz.
Gummy or no gummy? We'll see.
That's
you never know.
It's a roll of the dice, really. I mean, it's bet on red or black there.
We really find out. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure book. Might go to page 27, might go to 57. Don't know what's going to happen.
Might just rip the book up and throw it up in the air.
No idea. 7:25, everybody.
That's right. Do not miss Neil Bortz. It could go off the rails immediately, if not sooner. And then at 7, our favorite, such a sweetheart, absolutely brilliant, Angela Morabito joins us, and she will continue through the remainder of the show.
She's really finding her sea legs.
Yes,
if you happen to pay attention to her on Twitter,
do so.
She's getting meaner and meaner and meaner.
Which is the most amazing thing.
Because she's such a nice person.
She is the nicest person you'll ever meet.
She's getting more snarky.
Yes.
She is pointing out some of the ridiculous things that go on in politics. And as a former member of the Trump administration, she would pretty much kind of play it down the middle. Now she's like, no reason to.
I am free at last. And she lets people know. She's so funny. And I think that's why when I read it, I laugh uncontrollably because I know how sweet she is. And then for that snark, it's like such an opposite of what you expect. So when you see it, and every time it's a grand slam.
Yeah.
Like she does not miss.
So that'll be fun as we get into the 7, 8, and 9 o'clock hours a day.
Yes, that's exactly right. So
that's why I washed.
Oh, you showered?
Yeah.
Oh, well, good. Well,
I didn't want to be all filthy for when Angela came in.
Of course
we had to make sure that both you and I and Jared are all sweet smelling.
Dre, did you take a bath?
I did. I even got a haircut.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
See, but
when you didn't notice?
When you got good hair like that.
I'm sorry he didn't notice.
Well, no, but when you have good hair like that, you don't want to notice, right? You don't want it to look
Don't try
different.
and dig your way out of this.
Khakis today. Not even jeans, khakis.
See?
Was everything dirty?
Look who else dressed up.
There, you caught me.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's dirty in the house. When I wear khakis, that means all my jeans are dirty. So I feel you. I know exactly what you're going through there.
I'm just glad you cleaned up too.
Buddy, look at me.
Ready to go.
I mean, I look exactly like I did yesterday.
I mean, I always go for homeless chic every single day.
And you pull it off.
Yeah, that's my goal.
The reason you pull it off is because the sweatshirt, which I love, it's got that distressed look to it.
Yeah, so the comfy Georgia hoodie.
Yeah, it could be brand new, or you could have got it at a Goodwill.
About 5, 6 years old, yeah.
Yeah, but
it's been beaten up a little bit. You know when you know that a sweatshirt you've put some good work into it. When you start getting like the holes on the side where, your little pouches, that's when you know that you've had it for a while and it's comfortable. Yeah. My daughter's always asked the question, why are there always holes in stuff that you wear? Socks, underwear, shorts. I go, that's what makes them comfortable.
Yes. And
you're just getting good.
That's
exactly.
right.
That's right.
That's right. And Los is right too. And my wife, whom I love, my very best friend in the world.
Why are you winking?
Well, I don't know why you got to sell me out on that. I mean,
YouTube, you saw it.
Yeah.
You saw him put the fake finger gun to the head as he said that. He's like,
my best friend
in the world.
In the world. Bam! Good. No, this drives me crazy. As soon as my underbritches get to the point where they're nice and comfy, may have a tiny, just one little hole there. They're broken in just the way I want them. I'll be looking for them. She's like, oh, I threw those away. They had a tiny little hole in them. I'm like, hey.
That just means they're perfect.
That's when they're getting good. Just to your point.
I don't mean to insult any women out there, but we kind of treat our underwear kind of like we treat our women. As you get a little bit older, that makes you better.
That's right.
And you may not see it as perfection just because there's holes in my underwear, but we view you in this way.
My wife was in a panic the other day. Laura had, she's got, some gray hair.
Yeah.
She's 47. She's just.
It's going to happen.
I love it.
My wife went gray at 15.
Are you serious?
She was prematurely gray. Yeah. So she has to make it a point to.
That's funny.
Not give in just yet.
Yeah. Right.
Because she went gray at that 15, early age. Yeah.
So Laura has this, it's just showing up. It's just, and I love it. I think it's great. And she despises it. Can't stand it. Got to make an appointment to go have it colored and all that. And I'm sure
it's not cheap.
Yeah, no, you're right. Holy Lord.
No, see, here's the deal. Here's the difference. My wife has had a good 25 years of here's how I manage it on the cheap.
Oh, yeah.
So that's different. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a cut and color that's pretty pricey like once every several months. But the management of the day-to-day, if you don't know how to do that, ladies, it's going to cost you a ton, Tug.
Yes, it will. And we're learning that. We're learning that. So
we're learning that she does not like gray hair.
We're good. And taking notes about how to maybe do it a little less expensively. That's why, as much as I hated losing my hair falling out, I've been dreading it since I was 14 years old. It's cheap. I mean,
it is. You don't have to worry about it.
You just shave it right off, and then and I've always worn ball caps anyway, and so it didn't that much different.
So would it offend you if come the holidays? Have you seen that device that they're now showing on television where it's like I'm trying to describe the size of it, but I would say it's like a small handheld device, and it has 3 pads on it. And those pads have little flexible arms, and they're all razors so that you can basically shave your head in the car.
Yes, I've seen that. That wouldn't bother me at all, no. I would be just fine with that. So if anybody wants to send me one, because I bet they're $100,
just to buzz your head in the car when you're in a hurry.
That's right. I'm running behind. You got one hand on the wheel,
and you're just rubbing your head. You're buzzing your hair off.
That's right. Yeah, give me one of those.
Every time they show somebody, I just go, "Oh, that looks good. Looks kind of convenient."
That's right. Whoever came up with that is going to make $1 million, and probably already have. That's fantastic. Is what that is. You remember yesterday I told you Twitter just wouldn't update for me all throughout the morning?
I told you it was broken.
You're right, I know, but at first you didn't believe me. You're like, no, it must be your Twitter.
I saw the reaction that you were having. I tried to click into it, and I said, well, we have an issue
right at the end, you're like, you broke it, yes.
I was like, outside of you breaking it, yes. I was like, Twitter has some issues going on.
Turns out it wasn't me breaking it. It was somebody in Ukraine.
There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced. Yes. It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
We're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Yeah. Imagine that. The IP addresses coming out of Ukraine.
False flag.
See, but right. Because, you can have, what is it, the VPN, so you can show that you're coming from anywhere. Something tells me, though, Elon Musk can figure out if it's a VPN.
I think their systems are pretty technical. They can figure out where it's coming from.
If he can launch a rocket and catch it You know, I feel
think
like
they can figure out the origination area of a cyber attack.
No question, because they trace it back. I'm just, I feel bad for the guy, y'all. And I know this is going to sound crazy. He's the richest man in the world. How in the world do you feel bad for him? Because he's taken on all this responsibility of helping the United States. He's doing this at his own detriment. People are burning down his charging stations, the Tesla charging stations. They're throwing rocks and shooting through the front windows of Tesla dealerships. They're attacking his social media platform that he bought, formerly Twitter, now X. Everything he's doing, all because he's helping the United States of America. He's doing this of his own choice, his own free will, to his own detriment. I wouldn't do it.
I like to think of what it would look like in a biopic. Like in the Tug Cowart biopic, it would kind of feel like Walk the Line. Tug rise to prominence.
More Walk Hard.
Tug has drug issues. Tug finds his way late in the film.
Right.
In the biopic, this is the period of time where everyone hates Elon Musk.
Yeah.
A person who has turned himself from a immigrant to a naturalized citizen to the most premier guy in this country in terms of innovation and startup business entrepreneur. I mean, you look what he did. I think about even Tesla. It was funny to listen to him when he was on Joe Rogan, and people are like, well, you bought into Tesla when it was already kind of moving. He's like, we didn't even have an employee.
Right.
He's like, we built Tesla.
Yeah.
Built SpaceX.
Yeah.
You rescued Twitter.
That he certainly did.
So now you find yourself because that 20% of Americans that are nuts,
and
certifiably,
loud. The most vocal and loud too, that 20%.
They're not just complaining about you. They did that early on and you didn't respond to it. So that wasn't enough. Now it's, how do we kill Elon Musk?
And you see it all the time on his own platform. People coming out and saying, yes, I want to. I don't know if you saw the video yesterday. The guy was like, well, if nobody else is going to do it, I'll step up and do it. I guess I'm going to have to be the one.
I'll take one for the team.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
you saw the
weirdo.
exact same one I did, Jerry.
You know who this reminds me of?
Elon or the situation?
Elon.
Oh, yeah, who's that?
Donald Trump. Because Trump did not have to go into politics, and he was popular. He was in rap videos, and all the rappers said they wanted to be like him. As soon as he waded into politics, everybody turned.
Especially when he didn't embrace the narrative.
Right.
And another thing, Lo, so this will bring you back into the whole, because of your expertise in the sports side. I'm sure you saw where the Philadelphia Eagles have gladly accepted the invitation of the White House to go and visit with Donald Trump. Of course. And so, there for a little bit, it was, the left was just like Rocky at the top of the steps in Pennsylvania.
So we're trying to create a narrative of people don't want to go over there.
That's right.
What they don't understand, they're out of the pop culture. Going to the White House, going to hang with Donald Trump, that's better than anything you can come up with. What, am I going to go hang with Nancy Pelosi? Like, how much vodka can I possibly drink in a day?
Right.
What, Hakeem Jeffries invited me to his office? Woo! They have no pop culture icons on their side outside of AOC, and that's become someone to mock.
Yeah, that's right. Well, all of them. Not just her, the entire party. Who there is doing something? It doesn't matter what, and take politics out of it. Tell me somebody on the left that's doing something that anybody is rallying behind.
But remember, we are now removed from the era where, as we get into March, every single year it turned into ESPN was Barack Obama ESPN. It was, he's going to do a bracket with us, and you get to break down your bracket, and what's the president's bracket? And that was that they built entire programming around it. It was something that they would get very excited about, and it was a pop culture era where, oh, look how the president is doing the same thing that you're doing in your office pool or that you do with your friends. All right, tell me where that is, because that doesn't exist anymore on that end.
I'm gonna screw this up. Please forgive me.
Joe puts you to sleep. Watch how Sleepy Joe gets sleepy.
Right.
Are you sleepy too?
What was it? Is it White Lotus? The TV show, it's on HBO. Is that the one that popped up with the whole scene where the woman was talking about being a Trump voter and
Yes.
she came off as the sane one, and her two friends. You're seeing a trend, even in Hollywood, the bastion of liberalism, the place that nobody wants to be conservative. Nobody can be conservative. They exile you. You get kicked out. And now all of a sudden, it's cool to be a Trump voter. She's the one presented in that TV show. And the whole scene that I watched from this TV show, she was presented as the person that's normal and sane. And it's the two people around her that were questioning her voting for Trump that looked crazy.
Her friends are like, are you a conservative?
Yeah.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did. But that's the thing. You're seeing, that's the pop culture, to your point.
Pop culture is altered.
I read yesterday, or maybe the day before, that Disney is going to have a Christian character in one of their upcoming movies. Not a character that is hard left, that is some political platform that they're preaching about. This came from, I subscribed to this Christian publication, and it was the headline. They couldn't believe it, and neither could I, that is in the works, that Disney, the place that had burned itself down with their liberal politics, with their crazy politics, has taken a different tact altogether and is potentially going to have a Christian character. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I couldn't believe what I saw from the White Lotus scene, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I know it's been that way for a long time, that being conservative wasn't cool. But now all of a sudden, Donald Trump, in this 80-20 world, in Trump's America, it is.
I'm so glad you bought into that. By the way, did you see the note? And it was making its round yesterday, now that Disney is releasing their Snow White film. Which, by the way, you had the initial scenario of, we're going to film Snow White with 7 regular-sized people. And then that got such a backlash. Then it turned into, well, we're going to have to come up with 7 dwarfs. Okay, that's going to offend. So let's just CGI all of them. And it looks terrible.
It is going to be another flop.
Yes. But did you see what the story of Snow White, where she got her name? She survived a really hardcore blizzard. That is what they're going with in this era of Disney woke ideology. Like, well, why is her name Snow White? Well, she survived a blizzard. Okay.
They're like, hey.
But this is getting kicked back. That's what I'm saying. It's like the culture has moved
you're right.
to us.
But that's the thing, Los. It's like, hey, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot. Do you happen to have a bazooka? I mean, a regular 9mm is just not good enough. I want the foot to be completely blown off. I want there to be no chance of keeping this foot.
How do you continue to put yourself in this position? And this is where we talk about what has gone on. The cool kids in the class have changed. We're now the cool ones. They're the weirdos. They're the, as the joke was going around last weekend, this is what happens when you elect a bunch of drama freaks. All they can do is drama freak stuff, and that's it. So now that they're giving you these bad movies, and then they try to say, no, it's a reinterpretation. It was fine the first time around.
What needed to be reinterpreted?
Right, the adults in the room are telling you it's fine.
Yeah. They will fail. They'll continue to fail. And maybe, look, with this whole new potential of a Christian character, maybe this is some light bulb of the Imagineers. One of them has the light bulb going off, being like, hey, it's kind of like the Bill Maher. He doesn't get it exactly, but he kind of sees something. He's like, I don't know about all this. We keep failing over here. Maybe let's try this.
And by the way, Snow White was known as Snow White because her skin was white as snow.
So fair, yeah.
She was just very fair.
Well,
that was the...
Before Trump's America, that was illegal.
In Trump's America, we now mock this stuff. You survived a blizzard. That's why you're Snow White, huh?
We need to take bets on how poorly this movie will do. Like if it's if they spent, I don't know, let's say they spent $100 million on it. I have no idea. But let's say that's the number. Let's take bets on how poorly it actually does, how little it makes.
$209 million.
Okay, there you go. So I expect $20 million total.
$1, Bob.
That's right. I'm going to take the lowest.
I think it'll do $40 million.
I said 20. You say 40. Okay, all right, good enough. And it's probably a good number for sure, especially with worldwide box office included in there. All right. The jobs report came out. There is good news in there. It's what you don't realize. If you watch mainstream media, which most of you don't because you know better, but if you were to, they're going to tell you how bad it is. We're going to point out some of the good things that are happening in manufacturing. And this, yes, is exactly what we voted for. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Xtra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Xtra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Hey homeowners, it's Flounder, and I'm here to keep you warm. Well, I won't, but my friends at Dobbs Heating and Air will. As a new homeowner myself, I prefer working with local, family-owned companies who value what matters to me and treats my home like it's their own. The Dobbs family have a passion for what they do, and taking care of people is their primary goal. So if your home needs help staying warm right now, call Dobbs Heating and Air and experience the Dobbs difference. And check them out online at dobbshvac.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Are you tired of dealing with loud, ugly, drafty garage doors? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Now is a great time to upgrade with brand new, efficient, quiet, and beautiful garage doors. Your garage door is the biggest opening in your home, which is why it's such an important part of your home's curb appeal and energy efficiency. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078. Get started today by visiting us at allfourseasonsgarages.com.
It's March 11th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Worship of Tools Day. Whether you're a professional repairman or just a handyman who works around your home, you should own and know how to take care of a basic set of tools. Chances are you may already have some tools laying around where you live, so take the time to go out to your shed or garage or down into your basement and organize and clean your tools, and if need be, buy some new ones. Also on this date, in 1892, the very first March Madness game is played in Springfield, Massachusetts, as a crowd of 200 were on hand at the Armory Hill YMCA for the first public basketball game. The final score, the students beat the teachers 5-1. And in 1918, U.S. Army mess cook Private Albert Gitchell of Fort Riley, Kansas, becomes the first documented case of Spanish flu. The global pandemic would go on to claim the lives of more than 50 million people. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A Kentucky police officer's good deed caught on camera makes today's Dean's List. Officer Rodney Johnson was on duty when he was caught up in a traffic jam and noticed it was because a woman in a wheelchair was struggling, and that was causing the backup of drivers on the roadway. Officer Johnson decided to pull over and walked over to push her wheelchair to where the woman needed to go. A stranger caught the moment on video and shared it with the Georgetown Police Department, which was then posted on Facebook. The story has been shared hundreds of times with people posting comments of encouragement and praise. Officer Johnson says it's what he's here for and didn't hesitate to help. He says, quote, "It's what we do. We serve and protect the community. We help people that need to be helped, and sometimes when people can't help themselves, we step in and provide the help that they need." Janice Dean, Fox News.
Here are your headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens launches his re-election campaign later today. Dickens continues to deny any wrongdoing as the Office of the Inspector General investigates corruption in his administration. A former Campbell High School student was shot and killed Saturday night at an after-prom party in Powder Springs. Police say 17-year-old Ashton Hornsby was unarmed. The alleged shooter, Carlos Diaz, is in custody and charged with murder. Democratic voters have a special election runoff today for District 2 of the Cobb Board of Commissioners. The runoff winner will face Republican Alicia Adams in the April 29th general election. Today's weather, clear skies this afternoon with a high of 73 degrees. Tomorrow also looks great with a high of 75 and no clouds. Rain moves in starting Thursday with a chance of severe storms this weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Here's what I voted for. I voted for Donald Trump to shrink the size of the government, to decrease taxes, to drain the swamp. That's what I want. That's what I see him doing. And I couldn't be more thrilled for the path of destruction that he's caused in the Democrat Party for the last 50 days.
This is about cleaning up the ledger. This is about having to deal with the crap that has gone on. When you look at some of the numbers, on average, Joe Biden's job growth, he was growing government jobs, public sector jobs, on average at 31% every single jobs report. Like, it just kept growing and growing and growing. And before you knew it, you looked at the numbers and 80% of the jobs over his tenure were government jobs. All right, what has happened now? Last month, government jobs only grew by 3%. Thank you, Doge.
Yes, sir.
97% of the growth were private sector jobs. That's how you flip this thing.
I love it.
That's how it changes. You can't keep growing government because it takes dollars out of the private sector. It's its own Leviathan. 3% job growth? Okay, maybe we can create that into a little bit of a negative. We'll see what happens. For everyone who complains about, oh, look at all the people they're firing for the federal government. Trust me, the federal government is still hiring plenty of people.
Absolutely.
They're still growing.
And there's even those occasional moments where they'll fire someone and say, hey, man, we actually needed them. Let's bring them back.
And you gave the numbers on manufacturing. We had 10,000 manufacturing jobs that showed up in this country. Biden was losing 9,000 per month during his time period. Remember, those are where you're just going to have to learn to code.
Right.
I mean, he started off day one. We gave the numbers that came from his own administration. When you canceled the Keystone Pipeline, you looked at, 57,000 jobs associated to that.
Mm-hmm.
Day one.
Find yourself a green energy job, they say.
Find yourself a green energy
Jen
job.
Psaki said that.
How about this number? 8,900 auto jobs added after losing 27,000 in Biden's last year. So you basically got back a third of those jobs in 1 month under Donald Trump.
Can you imagine, fast forward 6 months when we're into this, and he's got manufacturing trending this way. I mean, you already saw Honda saying we're going to move our Civic EV manufacturing to Indiana from Mexico. You're seeing companies over and over again say, we're bringing our manufacturing, we're reshoring, as the word that they always use. We're reshoring some of these jobs. If we get 10,000 now, 6 months from now, I can't wait to see what these numbers are, because manufacturing is the foundation of the American economy. Trump knows it, and you know it.
The tariffs are really about trying to level the playing field, because when you see the tax policies that were going on in other countries, and by the way, this was much worse before Donald Trump, where you had tax policies that were basically hitting our corporations at 35%. Now you might say, well, Los, corporations don't pay taxes. Yes, that 35% was passed to you. All right, you were the one who was paying that. When the corporate tax rate came down, suddenly it made it much more competitive for us to keep our jobs here. In turn, when you look at, let's say, for instance, Honda, and you tell them, well, you can do that, you can have that automotive center over in Mexico, but here's what we're going to tariff those in order for you to get them in the country. That's when it turns into, well, why don't we skip the tariffs and say we'll build them in the United States, and we'll get a tax break for it.
Problem solved.
Ding.
Which is the whole goal.
That is leveling the playing field.
Yes, it is. There's so many of those economists, they're going, hey, quietly. They're not saying it out loud because they're not Trump people, but quietly those same economists are saying it's actually a good idea. You had, even before Trump was elected and in office, the MSNBCs and the CNNs were like, oh, tariffs, they're going to kill us, tariffs. And you had Obama economists going, there's a reason Joe Biden didn't change the tariffs that Donald Trump had the first term, because they work.
You realize how good things were from 2017 into 2019 when the economy was just booming. Everything was growing at the rate that it was until you had that lab leak of some virus out of Wuhan, China. But
you mean somebody was eating a bat?
I don't know. Yeah, everyone was eating bat soup, and suddenly this thing went over to humans.
That's what it was.
But consider that the corporate tax rate during the Barack Obama years was 35%. Now, when you look at it on a graph and you see it went to 21%, is it not interesting that when that tax policy went into effect, that suddenly we boomed as an economy, and we kept jobs here, and manufacturing jobs stayed here?
The people on MSNBC and CNN and all, they act like this is something new. The bumpiness, the turbulence has been going on for 3 years.
Yes.
It's just going to continue for another year, probably, maybe 18 months until you can get your arms around it and you can put the country on a positive course. So nothing is changing. That they should love that.
Tug has talked about it in the past. I'll point it out now. My wife and I have always been tremendous savers. Like, we always just putting money away, just saving and saving and saving. That was so much harder to do in the final 3 years of the Joe Biden economy, just because everything was considerably more expensive. Everything required a little bit extra. So that time where you're paying yourself at the end of every month, you may not have that much left to pay yourself. So that's what it really turned into. So don't tell me about how recession concerns grow as trade war heats up. I'm here for it. You've already steeled my gut. You've already made me tough. You've already taught me that, hey, when things get a little crazy, it's beans and weenies time. All right? Like, I'm used to this. This is not scary to me. Might be scary to MSNBC and these people that are losing their jobs there. It's about time.
And to Los's point, people that are struggling are continuing to fall behind. And that's what Trump wants to correct. That's what he wants to help. Because right now, and we talked about this a bunch with credit card debt being at its highest in years and years and years, people falling behind on their car payments are at record rates. I mean, it's at a level that it's not been seen in a generation. People that cannot afford the loans that they've taken out, they're just letting their cars go back. They're just either filing bankruptcy or just letting the car go back and give it right back to the bank, losing the money, losing the I mean, not that the car is an investment, a good investment, but you have to have them. You can't get to work without them. That's why it's so important. And to have us at like a 30-year high of people defaulting on their car loans tells you what we've been experiencing for the last 4 years and what we want to trend away from. Do you want to continue down this path? Because I certainly don't. I voted for Donald Trump to go up there to D.C., tear it down to the studs, and put America on a successful track again. And that is what he's doing. It's what he's doing every day. And you got people like Walmart and Target and all these companies that are saying, hey, we're in for a rough year. That's what's happening as we speak right now, today. These big box stores know that the recession that we've been in isn't going to be solved overnight. It's just a bad situation all the way around. And then you got people like Stacey Abrams that gets $2 million and started into
$2 billion.
Yeah, what I say, million? Sorry, yes, billion with a B.
I was like, $2 million.
Yeah.
Too little.
That's right. It's not near enough. Not near enough. But that's the thing. Yeah, $2 billion for this newly founded green energy movement where they're buying electric appliances for people. And I think they actually bought about, 60, 65, maybe 70 electric appliances for people's houses. $2 billion is what she got for that. And she went on TV to defend it. I want you to hear her. Listen to this.
In 2023 and 2024, I led a program called Vitalizing DeSoto. We worked in a tiny town in South Georgia to demonstrate that by replacing energy inefficient appliances with efficient appliances, you can lower your cost. And in fact, we accomplished that. For 75% of the community, they got appliances that are lowering their bills right now. We had one woman who saw her electric bill cut in half from $180 to $98. That's what we delivered. And based on that program, a coalition of organizations, famous organizations, came together and said to the EPA, if we can do this here, we can do this for millions more Americans. Let us invest the money of America in lowering the cost for Americans. And the EPA said, okay, great, go for it.
What that was a test run. How do we launder money back to ourselves?
Yes.
In a very, very small place where nobody will notice. And then we'll take it to the big cities once we've got this thing perfected. That's what it sounds like to me. Because it seems like, Los, if you're going to do a program like this, and let's say that it was valuable, let's say they found some sort of value, and you're like, okay, great. Wouldn't you try it with, like, I don't know, 10 families? You know, it costs, let's say, $1,500 per refrigerator. You know, you take $10,000, whatever the number is, and you try it out. No, they didn't. They're like, here's $2 billion.
Here's $2 billion.
$2 billion.
Where's the money?
Nobody
Where's the
knows.
money, Stacey?
And that's the question that still isn't getting asked. I've still not heard anybody say, okay, you paid for 67 refrigerators in DeSoto, Georgia.
All right, let's say you got really nice refrigerators. Let's say you spent $4,000 per refrigerator.
Do you think those people in DeSoto, Georgia care about a $4,000 refrigerator? They're regular folks, man.
Just saying, if you got a nice refrigerator.
I know.
Now, that one would change your time automatically.
Yes, it would.
It would talk to you.
For daylight savings. Or saving.
Hello, my cold friend.
That's right.
It's a Silicon Valley joke. We'll all get into it in just a little bit.
Okay.
But, so you're telling me that we can account for, let's say, $250,000, $275,000 in refrigerators for this many families. Where's the rest of the money, Stacey?
Nobody's answered that question. Nobody can answer that question. They deposited it in a banking account, a checking account, and that's the last we've ever seen of it, last we've ever heard of it. I do think that Lee Zeldin, who discovered this, has clawed back some of it, so maybe they've just taken it back altogether, and I hope that's the case. But how much did they spend before they even figured it out? I mean, Joe Biden, he handed it out. His EPA handed it out. And it took us less than 50 days to figure out where it had gone. Thankfully, how much of it did we get back? That's what I would like to know.
I'd like to know that number.
And I don't right now.
Because that's the only way Stacey doesn't end up in prison. And I think she's going to prison. I mean, if you made $1 billion of American taxpayer money disappear, and what we have now found, and this was another thing that was popping up over the weekend, Elon Musk was one of the people that pointed out, so I know it to be true. He pointed out how many, they call them pop-ups, that what will happen is, let's say Stacey Abrams, she loses an election. What she does is she creates a 501c3.
And she has a bunch of them.
Pop up out of nowhere, says, hey, I'm going to do this with the money, and suddenly $1 billion heads her way.
Or $2 billion.
Disperse, or exactly. That's how they cheat the system. And so USAID goes, oh, look, she's doing this in the interest of the EPA and giving smart refrigerators to people. Let's send her $2 billion. Because they know what's happening. The money finds its way back. When Elon tells you, you can have all the insider trading in the world, these people get rich off of your tax dollars. They're pilfering the treasury. What do I tell you about what happened with Julius Caesar? What was the first thing he did when he ended up crossing into Rome?
Going to get the money.
He went for the treasury. He didn't go to the Senate. He didn't go try and get some more legions. He went straight for the treasury. That's what these people have done. That's what they're doing today. They can have all the insider trading they want. They are pilfering the Treasury Department. They are taking your money to enrich themselves.
When this story originally broke about the $2 billion being deposited in a checking account that had $100 in there previously, there were also two other nonprofits, of course, started by Stacey Abrams, that she was involved with, that were participating with the company that got, or the nonprofit that got the $2 billion. I would love to know how many nonprofits she's connected with. I'd love to know that answer. I bet it's many. Nonprofit, man, I was on to this. I've been on to this for years. People used to get mad at me because I'd be like, I know this nonprofit, they're doing good work. And I'd be like, are they? Because there's so many shadies. Are there good nonprofits? Yes. But I think there's far fewer than we realize.
That's why I'm going to start a church. You'll see.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'd come to your church, Loves. Yeah, I mean, ditch my current church, go to the Church of Los. This is where I'm going to go. All right, when we come back on Extra 106.3. Speaking of faith, a man who's a humanist learns that his values actually are Christian values, and he is in a tailspin with this information. You'll love this exchange. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. The Hawks have now won 3 straight as they beat the Philadelphia 76ers at State Farm Arena last night, 132-123. The Hawks now hold the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. From the NFL, the Falcons released longtime defensive tackle Grady Jarrett yesterday, and he did not last on the open market long. He signed a 3-year deal worth $43.5 million with the Chicago Bears. NFL free agency, the tampering period, continues today. And the Braves continue spring training this afternoon. They host the Detroit Tigers. First pitch is set for 1:05. You can hear that game on our sister station's app, 680 The Fan.
It started, I think, last Friday or Saturday, and I cannot quit sneezing. I sneezed 3 times this morning, all weekends, and it's just something's blooming. It's the way it is. Inside your house, you shouldn't deal with this. And so far, I've not. Every time I walk out the front door, out there sneezing. So where does central heating and air conditioning come in this? Now's the time to make sure that your home's comfort and your home's health is taken care of. Do not wait. Your home should have maintenance twice a year on the HVAC. They want it to run at peak efficiency, last as long as it possibly can. But here's the most important part when it comes to the sneezing. You don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You don't want your kids having to put up with that. It's allergy season. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can fix what ails your house and possibly your family's health with home ventilation and air quality products. They have packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, and dehumidifiers. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, one of a few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Get your house health taken care of. Get the health of your HVAC system. Make sure that maintenance is done so it lasts as long as it can. Keep it healthy. Keep everybody healthy inside your house, under your roof with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
The smallest Mercedes-Benz SUV goes big on innovation. With a virtual voice assistant, dual 10.25-inch displays, and wireless CarPlay standard. A hybrid 221 horsepower Turbo 4 8-speed transmission and 18-inch wheels are wrapped in sporty style. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLA 250 SUV. Just $439 per month for 39 months with $44.33 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's spring sales event. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through March 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
Fox on Tech.
OpenAI is investigating if Chinese DeepSeek trained its model by essentially repeatedly asking it questions, scraping data from OpenAI to create their model. OpenAI said this to Fox Business, quote, "We know that groups in the People's Republic of China are actively working to use methods, including what's known as distillation, to try to replicate advanced U.S. AI models. Distillation is not illegal or necessarily punishable. The problem is that according to OpenAI's terms of service, they do not allow users to use outputs from their model to develop any artificial intelligence that competes with them. which is seemingly what DeepSeek did. Here's Trump's AI czar, David Sachs.
I don't think OpenAI is very happy about this. And I think one of the things you're going to see over the next few months is our leading AI companies taking steps to try and prevent distillation.
With Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you the legend Neil Boortz, a live and local news talk show on your ride in, and the Kimmer Show every afternoon. Be here at 3 for the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. I want to play you something. Give me 120 seconds of your attention, because this is a complete dismantling of a humanist view, Los. This
Sure
dude,
is.
It's like how would you describe this setup? It's like
So they have an in the round setup, and what happens is they have different guests that will take on each person. So what'll happen is, let's say you're
like a battle of ideas.
It's like you're Ben Shapiro, and you sit down, and suddenly one of the people from the room sits down across from you and starts debating you on a political topic. And when it was Ben Shapiro, he pretty much was shredding through everybody. In fact, the only time that it got a little bit weird is when it was a trans person that decided to sit down, and I guess he just didn't want to be mean at that point.
Right.
But this is a little bit different in the setup here.
This thing is amazing. So the guy is a humanist, and he says he doesn't hate religious people or religion. He just doesn't realize where his values actually generate from.
Problem I have with religious fundamentalists is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality, it's a preference. So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist, utilitarian?
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. We have laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way. Perfect. For some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean, it would be
morally right under your view.
Not morally right. No. I'm not talking about morals.
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off.
I believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates, you have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society
should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest?
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's not beneficial.
Right, there's duties and obligations that we have, so religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose your religious doctrine on me,
because
and I don't want that.
you just admitted we need duties. We have a responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
That's all. That was the only answer that he could provide, was stumbling and stammering.
He was in a lot of trouble because
early on
he recognized, and that young man who took him apart basically put it on him that mob rule does not make it right. That even in the most backward societies, religion does play a role in the justification of whatever the society will adhere to. we live in a Judeo-Christian society. There are societies that go by Sharia law. There are societies that will...
Yes, Britain these days.
Yes. But yes, you will always have an era of religion that helps develop the civil society. Now, the civil society is based on laws that we determine that are best for that society. To have a person just say, well, it's just what makes me feel good.
But he didn't want to admit that, though. That was the thing.
But that's where he eventually falls into.
And that's where the whole argument about pedophilia, you'd be just fine. Well,
so you're fine with that? No, it's between
two consenting adults. Yeah.
Right. That's where it all falls apart.
But that's the funny thing is that the left, their religion is government and the hatred of religion. That's the thing that stands out to me, because that's what he comes off to me as. He tries to present it in this very...
he tries to put a bow on it.
Yes, a bow. That's perfect. Yes. He tries to put a bow on his hatred of religion and the fact that this young man is wrong and misled because of what he's saying. And it turns out he's exactly right.
Even for those... Because you're going to the edge of he hates religion. Even for those that just don't subscribe to a religion, you end up in the same place. Whether you hate it or you just don't subscribe, either way, you end up in the same wash cycle of spinning your wheels going, whoa, how do I then justify
where does the morality
society then work, how it works here? Because his entire issue that he runs into is that when he is cornered and it just turns into, so whatever makes you feel good, you just do it, right? Mm-hmm. It's the old Family Guy joke of the transsexual at the bar watching pornography. Oh, I guess that makes you feel, just do whatever you want all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's not how the civil society in any modern society really works. It isn't.
Yeah, you're right. So maybe I was a little too strong saying this man particularly hates religion.
He just doesn't have an interest in it. He doesn't have a use for it in how he views the world.
Correct. But it spawns from a ideology that despises religion. He doesn't. Maybe he doesn't subscribe to that whole...
communism will never be about religion.
Exactly.
Communism will always get rid of religion first. What I would say is this person tries to see himself oftentimes as a citizen of the world. Well... We don't need religion in order to be a functioning modern society.
Yeah.
Y'all do.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a level of morality. There has to, for lack of a better term, there has to be a giant hand in the sky ready to spank your ass.
Yes.
For people to act right.
Like a father, maybe. And so when a guy like that would be just fine with men dressed up as women taking their clothes off in front of an elementary school, he'd be just fine with it because...
what makes you feel good?
It not what helps those children, not what does right by those children. What makes the grown man feel good? What makes him feel accepted? I suppose because those children, they have no ability to reject it. So yes, I'm going to go there where I'm accepted fully because those kids are told to accept me.
I don't know if you saw this on Friday. You had a drag queen who was testifying, and they were complaining about how, with these laws, with these rules, I don't have access to your kids.
Exactly.
Good. Fine. Now, why did you need access to my kids? Because it makes you feel good?
Yes. That's the answer.
All right.
And unbridled acceptance because those kids are made to accept.
I don't need you to feel good.
I
need you to adhere to the law.
I want you away from children because you have clear... There's something going on.
If everything was based on it makes me feel good, all right, that is how you quickly fall into anarchy.
That's exactly right. And extreme drug use, extreme pornography addiction, extreme alcoholism, because it starts as it just makes me feel good, and then you devolve into excess. And anything in excess is bad. There's that old saying that I've heard my whole life. For the most part, anything in moderation is good. But these people don't want moderation. They never wanted moderation, and they never will want moderation. We want to get rid of any barriers that stop me from feeling good.
It was fun to watch, again, this segment in the round, and to watch the person who's supposed to be the expert have their entire discussion
derailed
in the span of 90 seconds.
And Jeray, when he listened to it earlier before the show, he's like, man, that guy came in unprepared.
It's part of the issue of the ideology. It's hard to explain it.
Right.
On a regular basis.
Yeah. It is insanity. That's the only thing this man doesn't come off as insane, but he is.
But you saw what then the response always is. The response is, as you are having your morality questioned and where it comes from, it then turns into every time the same thing. So you don't like gay people?
Yeah, right. That's the go-to.
That's the go-to.
Because it's usually a catch-all and people are intimidated by that.
Every time.
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we continue, the stock market continues to react to Trump's tariffs, and it's going to be just fine. 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. This is the Morning Extra.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
If the primaries were held right now and they had a convention and chose a candidate, the polls say that it would be Kamala Harris. Boy, the Democrats and the Democrat voters have really learned their lesson this time, haven't they?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated, and you can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Securing America.
2 U.S. active duty soldiers and 1 former soldier have been indicted for selling sensitive military information to China. Jian Zhao and Li Tian, Army soldiers stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington State, and Ruoyu Duan, a former Army soldier, were arrested after federal grand juries in Washington and Oregon indicted them. Tian and Duan were charged with conspiring to commit bribery and theft of government property, and Zhao was charged with conspiring to obtain and transmit national defense information to a person not authorized to receive it. Bribery and theft of government property. Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a statement, quote, "The defendants arrested today are accused of betraying our country, actively working to weaken America's defense capabilities, and empowering our adversaries in China. They will face swift, severe, and comprehensive justice." At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. The late Florida Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart died recently at the age of 70. He had suffered from cancer. He is the brother of current GOP Florida Representative Mario Diaz-Balart and brother of NBC host Jose Diaz-Balart. Born in Havana, Diaz-Balart represented a district in southern Florida from 1993 till 2011. The late congressman was born in Havana. His aunt Myrta Diaz-Balart was the first wife of Cuban dictator Fidel Castro. Diaz-Balart authored the democracy requirement for lifting of U.S. sanctions against the Cuban dictatorship. He was also the author of the Nicaraguan Adjustment and Central American Relief Act. Diaz-Balart was only one of 3 House Republicans who opposed the GOP's contract with America in 1994. It is generally viewed as helping Republicans flip control of the House for the first time in 4 decades. He also sponsored the DREAM Act, a piece of legislation to grant citizenship to young persons brought to the U.S. by their parents when they were underage. He is survived by his wife of 48 years, Christina. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
How to stop Russia and Ukraine from fighting. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's being discussed right now in Saudi Arabia, which is hosting talks between officials from Ukraine and the U.S., led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who held similar talks with Russia last month.
What we're hoping is that both sides realize that this is not a conflict that can end
And before the talks, Ukraine went on the attack, firing hundreds of drones into Russia. Some were shot down, others did damage. At least 2 people killed in Moscow. A federal judge has ruled against Doge, saying it's likely subject to freedom of information requests, which he wrote as warrants, and based on Doge's unprecedented authority and unusual secrecy, with Elon Musk and his department working to slash federal spending. But Musk tells Fox Business they've asked their critics,
which line do you disagree with? Like which cost saving?
Musk says Doge is in nearly every federal department. He says there are plans to double the size of the team from 100 to 200. And he says he does anticipate they could reach $1 trillion in savings, barring any obstacles to their work. There are calls, though, from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle that Congress should be the ones making the cuts. There are 2 hearings on Capitol Hill today looking at potential fraud and waste.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Now, President Trump posted on Truth Social after midnight that Musk is doing a fantastic job and he plans to buy a new Tesla today. The day after Tesla's stock plunged 15%. Musk is the CEO and is facing protests and boycotts. Tesla was not alone, taking a big hit on Wall Street. The Dow plunged nearly 900 points. The NASDAQ down 4+% its worst day since September 2022. And in the House today, a vote on a spending bill to avert a government shutdown before a Friday deadline. Republican Ben Klein tells Fox,
this CR will keep the government running, enable President Trump to implement his agenda.
Democrats oppose the spending in the Senate.
In this vote, the yeas are 67, the nays are 32, and the nomination is confirmed.
Approving Lori Chavez-DeRemer to be Labor Secretary. America's listening to Fox News.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Heroes like Austin Reese have paid a high price for our freedom. Austin served 3 deployments to Iraq. He spent 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit and became a military freefall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin was left paralyzed. Tunnel to Towers built Austin a specially adapted smart home. Help heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Grow your business organically with Atlanta's fastest growing news and talk station, Extra 1063. Get started today by emailing sales@xtra1063.com.
Tug and Los until 10, and we're joined by Angela Morabito.
Made it awkward already, huh?
Yes, first thing, right out of the gate.
Just trying to get her warmed up and ready to go.
Well, I think you did. Angela, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing real well. It's great to be with you guys.
So good to have you. I was telling you, and I'll let everybody else know, just as a reminder, 7:25, the legendary voice of Neil Bortz joins the show. And we told Board Op Jure to make sure that Neil knew that you're in with us, and that way it didn't throw him a curveball.
Because it could derail everything.
Everything.
Oh, no. Okay, well, I don't want to do that.
No, of course you don't. And it wouldn't be your fault. That's why we're trying
Neil. Neil is like a dog chasing a car. He would be like, female. Oh, what?
Exactly. You just never know which way it's going to go, and if he's had a gummy or not, you just don't know. So
be ready for anything.
Yes.
I'm excited. This is going to be so fun.
Buckle up, like it's at Six Flags.
Talkmaster.
That's right.
We have no idea where it's going. It's like riding a bull.
Yes.
Every time.
You might go and it's fine, and you last 8 seconds and you get a big belt buckle, or you might get kicked in the face by the bull and need to go to the hospital. It could be either way.
Either way, exciting.
That's right.
But I told you I'm flexible.
Yes.
That's great.
So the flexibility.
Poor Angela was wanting to talk about spring forward, and I just told her, I was like, well, in my case, my truth is I'm a black lesbian woman, and so I can adapt to anything.
That's right, and get away with it.
And Angela had no idea how to handle that moving forward.
I'm like, I don't know how that helps you with the time change, but I'm very happy for you.
Exactly right. Oh, my goodness. So this is what you're in store for the rest of the morning. Angela trying to balance the sheer insanity that comes out of this radio station and radio show each morning, along with Neil Bortz, and 3 hours of just unbridled chaos, as we describe it, the Morning Extra. Tug, Los, and Angela this morning. So the stock market, I love the fact that Donald Trump said, the stock market, don't pay attention to it. Don't. Because it's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going to react. And I saw so many people like Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank fame, guy that has a whole lot of money, understands the economy, understands the stock market, he understands it all. He said, I'm glad it's happening. It was like we needed an adjustment. We needed to come off that sugar high that was money being injected into our economy. I'm glad it's happening. And I'll tell you, Los, I don't think he's wrong. I think it needed to happen too. We've been talking about it for months, if not years.
No, I think the fluctuations are going to be part of what our reality is going to be over the next several months. And Angela, as you brought it up, this is going to be this daily talking point where you go down 800 points and everyone on the left goes, oh, look how you're ruining this economy. Then you'll shoot right back up and they won't say a word.
Exactly. I think there are a lot of people who are really eager at the first sign of like any fluctuation or hesitation in the market to go, it's chaos, it's Trump's chaos, everything's terrible. But it's not. And I also think that there are probably a lot of companies, probably a lot of major companies that are readjusting now because they can't count on the government money gravy train anymore.
Which is what I'm here for. I'm so tired of the government money gravy train, as you put it. That's why I love Doge. That's why the American people love Doge. That is the thing that the American people, I feel like, Los, wanted more than anything else, to get that stuff cleaned up, because we all knew there was fraud, waste, and abuse. I don't think any of us, I mean, even like guys like us that talk about it every day, we knew there was a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse. But I couldn't even begin to wrap my head around the depths of what we're seeing.
Well, consider what we would hear from some of our liberal audience. They would say, oh, how's your 401k look? And I would say, oh, it looks pretty crazy, being that we keep printing and injecting money into the stock market in order to make it look stronger than what it really is. This is about getting back to foundational issues of economics. That's what we're looking to do here. So if you tell me, because I'm not planning on touching a 401k for, I don't know, about 25 years. If it's going to move, it's just going to move, Angela. That's how it's going to be. None of us at our age are sitting there being upset about, oh, look, the stock market lost 3% today. It's not a factor.
Right. It's like, does this matter however many years from now? Probably not. We hope not. I mean, I saw a tweet the other day that said, whatever's happening with my 401k is none of my business. And I agree with that. I'm gonna wait till things level out. I think that anybody who sort of falls for that immediate jump, whether the market jumps higher or falls lower, anybody who goes, everything's great or everything's terrible, they're missing the mark.
Yeah, they are. I would say for people that are to that point where they're worried about their 401k, they already realize that they need double what they had saved to make it work anyway. Like if they told you, if the magic number, I think I've used this before, the magic number is you have to have $1 million to be able to retire. Because the inflation that we're experiencing is so bad, you actually need $2 million to be where you would be if we were in a normal economic situation. You need more money because the money's worth less.
Which is awful, because you have people who have worked their entire careers. Right. They're finally coming up on retirement age and they're ready to go enjoy everything that they've worked for. And now a lot of them can't, or can't have the life that they had planned and life that they had worked for and earned, because the past 4 years stole that from them.
And they'll continue, Los, because this isn't going to get fixed overnight. This is you're talking about long-term investing. This is a long-term play to make sure that the economy in the United States is based on the free market. It's based on private companies and not government's artificial sweeteners.
Well, this, for me, comes back to seeing what happened to people that were closing in on retirement age in 2007, 2008. Because when we had the market plummet in the way that it did, understand this wasn't like there was an 800-point drop because here was the housing crisis that occurred. People's money, if you just go and look at what happened with the S&P 500, that dropped to a level that you had not seen in 11 years. It went back to 1996 level of value. So if you'd been working for that entire decade and you were coming up on retirement and suddenly your money just disappeared in that way, that's a real crisis. This what's going on right now is not.
No, I think that's exactly right. And anybody that deals in retirement and long-term investing, like for us, we know this is a bump in the road. We know this is a hiccup, and later down the road, it's not going to be for 25 years that we'll be in the situation that some people retiring are in now. But we're hoping that Donald Trump gets this turned around. And I do believe that he will. And I think the smartest people, the smartest economists see that and even see this as an opportunity to buy low. Right? They see the drop. They're like, okay, now's an opportunity to buy. Now's an opportunity to put some things in my portfolio, in my 401k, whatever it is. However you particularly invest, this is an opportunity to get some of that maybe I couldn't have afforded before, and it'll benefit me later.
Totally. It's a real opportunity for people who watch the market and who want to, as you mentioned, sort of diversify what they've got. But you mentioned such a good point about folks who are nearing retirement age. What about the folks who are already there?
Oh, man.
And you're on
Having
a
to go back
fixed
to
income.
work.
Yes, and you've got to unretire because now eggs are, $4 a dozen?
Or $6.
Coming down, by the way.
They are coming down.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Thankfully. But it's not just eggs, right? It's everything.
It's everything. If you need to get your oil changed, it's more. If you need to, buy a new couch. Whatever you need.
I need new brakes.
You need to break.
And I've been holding off until we're done with the whole house purchasing just because it's one extra expense to have to deal with.
Yeah, I got to tell you, brakes isn't something you should hold on.
Listen, it'll be fine.
like Fred
I'm like
putting your feet outside the car trying to stop yourself.
I'm like Andretti around here. Like I anticipate well before. I have plenty of stopping power.
Yeah, you start.
I'm the Mario Andretti of the battery.
You start stopping. You start stopping a mile and a half before you need to actually stop.
That looks like trouble up there.
Seriously, that red
Better
light.
slow down.
That red light's going to be problematic. I'm going to let go of the gas right now and hopefully coast right up to the line. What do they call that? The block, whatever.
But
that
it's
is,
little
the
things
traffic
like
block.
that. It's little things that people are delaying because of the
have
overall
to.
price.
They have to. And I don't. Again, does it suck? Yes. Was it preventable? Yes. Is the Biden administration responsible? Not wholly, but they hold a lot of the responsibility. I love the fact that Trump is so focused on manufacturing because that is going to be the foundational principle of our economy. And we have decimated it in the United States of America. We have to get that back. And that's his goal. I don't know that you're certainly not going to get it in the mainstream media, Angela, where they're explaining to you, okay, he's trying to take a economy and make it private again, the way it was supposed to be, because for the last, 20 years at least, we have so heavily relied on an economy that was powered and fueled by the government, which is a bad situation every time because it creates that inflation environment that we have right now.
It's too much government money, too much government control, where I think a lot of the economic numbers we saw under Biden were very artificial.
Yes, they were.
I love that term you used before, the artificial sweeteners. That, of course, the GDP is going to go up because it includes government spending. So while they're able to paint this picture of everything's going great, no, it's not. You've got most of the country being taxed through the nose to pay for people who, as Doge is telling us, did a whole lot of nothing.
Well, Angela, we had this news and this note yesterday when Tug brought to everyone's attention, look at what is going on with the amount of credit card debt that is now being held by American families. It's a record high. When you look at the auto loan defaults, that is currently a 30-year high. And so we said, well, what's going on in the home market? And as it turns out, FHA loans have been artificially reinforced by the Biden administration to keep us from having a bevy of people defaulting and having to have their homes foreclosed on. This is his If you want to talk about his economy, that's his economy. That you had over 561,000 situations where the federal government stepped in to help basically pay for loan servicers to make sure that they wouldn't take a home away from somebody. 561,000 times during the Biden administration in the last year.
In the last year, that is catastrophic.
Yes.
And it's a huge lie that
That's
the left
why I'm selling two houses.
It's a lie that they've pushed on the American public.
I'm taking my money. I'm getting out.
Yeah, well, it's the smart thing to do because the crazy thing is, for those people, that 500,000+ people that just had that happen, it doesn't help them. It's not. It's prolonging an issue that will ultimately unfold later down the road, and they do it in the name of being helpful, being kind, and that's always the thing that the Democrats do. It's not, we're going to help them maybe sell their home, downsize their home, give them some outlet to get out. No, we're going to prop it up in hopes that maybe it'll work out, because that's the nice thing to do. And it always happens like that, no matter the situation. And I'm sure you can speak to the same thing happening for people when it comes to their loans in school.
Oh, for sure. Of course, this degree is going to be great for you. We will give you the same loan to study like lesbian dance theory as we will to study pre-med.
Hello.
That's insane.
Well, that's what Los wanted to take for so many years.
That's what I'm into.
That's how you doing. But that's the thing. And it's always added back, Los. And we talked about that from the Wall Street Journal yesterday that you found, that article, because it's doing nothing but taking what they owe right now and adding it to the back end.
This is 10 days ago. And the writer of this article is Alicia Finley. And it basically has the headline of Biden's mortgage relief fuels higher housing prices. And here's one of the notes. There's so many things in here where you go, oh, man, that's bad. It said, under the guise of COVID relief, the Biden administration masked the growing troubles in the housing market by paying off borrowers and mortgage servicers to prevent foreclosures. Of the 52,531 FHA loans last year that went seriously delinquent within their first year, only 9 resulted in foreclosure. This has always been pumping in federal money to make you basically point at things and say, look, it's fine. Told you it's fine. Look, it's totally fine.
Yeah. It's built on, just the shakiest of sand.
Throne of lies.
Yes, that's what it is. That's right. But it's all built on the shakiest sand. And I think I heard Scott Bessent say it best the other day. It was either late last week or it could have been yesterday, over the weekend maybe. But he talked about the economy being brittle. And I thought that was such a great word to use because that's the way it feels. They've told you that it's great, but something you just in your gut, that it is brittle. Just barely touch it and the house of cards falls down.
That it's propped up based on nothing. And I think over the next few years, we're going to see this great divide in the American public. I think the divide years ago was, are you pro-Trump or anti-Trump?
Right.
And that was that big, deep thing that people wouldn't even talk to each other over. Now, the good news is we've got a lot of unity behind Trump.
Yeah.
Not everybody, but a lot more than he had before.
But we talk about it as 80-20, like 80% of the country says, yes, he's taking us in the right direction.
I think the new divide is going to be people who play by the rules versus people who don't. And by that, I mean, were you cashing a Social Security check for someone who's 175 years old?
Or 11-year-old getting a PPP loan.
Exactly. That is totally what I was thinking of is, did you try to game the system and exploit the COVID pandemic and abuse a national crisis for your own gain? Or did you just try and live your life?
Yeah.
And I think there are a lot of people who were pretending to be in the, I was just playing by the rules camp when they really weren't. And as that gets exposed, I think we're going to see that really deep divide of just plain morality.
Yeah, just either doing the right thing or not.
Well, that's where Tug and I differ. Tug has made it a point with all the jobs that he holds to try and do everything to not pay taxes and to hide this money from the federal government, whereas I am sitting there stroking that check going, I hate doing this. But that's the difference in how we go about this.
Well, but it says in the tax code, I have been told by the guy that does our taxes now, who's become a dear friend over the years, lives in Roanoke, Virginia.
It saves you as much money as he has.
It says in the tax code, you use the tax code to your benefit. It is on you to pay as few taxes as you can. Not tax evasion. You can't evade taxes. You have to pay what you owe, but you have to use to pay as little as you possibly can in the tax code. I mean, I know it's gigantic, so nobody knows. Let me tell you, he zeroed in on that one, and I'm all about it.
As long as you're within the goalposts, as long as you play by the rules, I think that's exactly how you should do it.
I have long looked at it in those terms. I will say, you know what? Maybe I might owe the federal government an extra $200, $300. Might. Ain't coming after me over $200, $300. I think I'm going to mark this box here. I think I'll be all right.
Well, see, in Joe Biden's America, they were hiring 86,000 to come after you,
to come get me
for that $200 or $300. Dude, they were.
That's right. They were asking Angela about her Venmo account.
Exactly right. They're like, "Oh, did you get brunch with your friends, or are you running a criminal enterprise?" And I'm like, "It's the first one."
That's right. But that's the point. Is now. They're firing people for the IRS. So I think the fact that if Los owes $200 or $300,
Daddy free amount. I can't wait to file taxes this year. I'm like, woo, cut that group right in half.
It's going to be next year before, because we got our tax bill and wow, holy cow, we owe some. So and it's never fun to cut those checks.
Oh, by the way, because we got a chance to talk about the stock market, because Angela was like, look at all these crazy fluctuations. So I'm not a financial professional, but I do play one on radio. The same thing that I told people this time 5 years ago. And they're like, where should I put my money now that the world is shutting down? I go, cruise lines.
Yeah.
Carnival, just as an example, fell all the way, this time 5 years ago, to $8.49 a share.
Ooh.
As of last month, it was at $27.67. It's been hovering right around $20. So you would have doubled up your money without a problem. Just pointing it out. If you play the long game in the market, you're gonna be all right.
I saw this morning that Delta was, I guess, cutting its forecast, and everyone's saying, is it because of inflation? Is it because of travel? I'm like, what about the plane that landed upside down?
Yes, or the one that ran into a helicopter, or
Terrifying. Sad.
Or you're exactly right. But then. Here's the thing that I go into, and I talk about this occasionally on my country show. If it's within 8 hours, I'm driving. Because did you see the flight? I can't remember which airline it was. Woman, just before they even could take off, she took off all of her clothes and was screaming at the front and banging on the cockpit door.
Called an episode.
Yes, it is. I don't want to be around that. Enclosed in a tube with crazy people. I'll take my car and just drive.
You're at the mercy of the general public. And I took a flight out to LA a couple weeks ago. And we don't live close to the airport at all, but my husband was able to make it all the way home from dropping me off before I got to the front of TSA line. And this woman in front of me, she goes, oh, well, it's because, Elon Musk fired half the TSA workers. And I went, wow, he should have fired the other half. It's like, this is terrible.
Suck at this. Yeah, that's exactly right. When we continue, the Talkmaster Neil Bortz joins us. Legendary voice. The only person and only place you'll get Neil is here on Extra.
Finally, a president that will fight for American values.
The American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
And finally, an Atlanta news station that covers it the right way. Extra 106.3 isn't about traffic and weather. We care about the stories that matter most to you, your family, and your community. Get traffic and weather on your phone and get Atlanta's only conservative conversation right here on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Georgia is home to over 600,000 veterans who play an important role in strengthening our communities. The Warrior Alliance is recognizing these contributions at the 4th Annual Veteran Impact Awards and Gala on Thursday, May 22nd at the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater at the Battery, Atlanta. You may participate by nominating a Georgia veteran for their exceptional service after military service in categories such as first responder, healthcare, education, military spouse, and more. Go to thewarrioralliance.org today and submit your veteran nomination.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. You want to jump into spring and not worry about your home? Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Insurance companies know that you don't know a lot about the law, so maybe it would be better just to let your lawyer make the call to the insurance company when there's a problem. David Van Sant should be that lawyer. He used to work for the insurance company. He knows who to call, what to say, and he has your best interest at heart. Plus, if you don't get paid, either does he. Van Sant Law, 855 GA Injury or vansantlaw.com.
It's March 11th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. It's National Worship of Tools Day. Whether you're a professional repairman or just a handyman who works around your home, you should own and know how to take care of a basic set of tools. Chances are you may already have some tools laying around where you live, so take the time to go out to your shed or garage or down into your basement and organize and clean your tools, and if need be, buy some new ones. Also on this date, in 1892, the very first March Madness game is played in Springfield, Massachusetts, as a crowd of 200 were on hand at the Armory Hill YMCA for the first public basketball game. The final score, the students beat the teachers 5-1. And in 1918, U.S. Army mess cook Private Albert Gitchell of Fort Riley, Kansas, becomes the first documented case of Spanish flu. The global pandemic would go on to claim the lives of more than 50 million people. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Tuesday, March 11th.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens launches his re-election campaign later today. Dickens continues to deny any wrongdoing as the Office of the Inspector General investigates corruption in his administration. A former Campbell High School student was shot and killed Saturday night at an after-prom party in Powder Springs. Police say 17-year-old Ashton Hornsby was unarmed. The alleged shooter, Carlos Diaz, is in custody and charged with murder. Democratic voters have a special election runoff today for District 2 of the Cobb Board of Commissioners. The runoff winner will face Republican Alicia Adams in the April 29th general election. Today's weather, clear skies this afternoon with a high of 73 degrees. Tomorrow also looks great with a high of 75 and no clouds. Rain moves in starting Thursday with a chance of severe storms this weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Neil Mortz is the Talkmaster and a guy that we love to connect with every time we get a chance. He's got a unique perspective on so many things. And Neil, we have a special guest in with us this morning, Angela Morabito. So I wanted to introduce you to her as she joins in the conversation with us this morning. Are you good with that?
Yeah. Hi, Angela. Good luck.
Hi. Thank you and good morning.
Angela identifies as female, Neil, just so you know.
Well, I'm not watching y'all on YouTube, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay.
I can promise.
Good enough. Man, what's been going on?
Prove it.
Yeah, that's right. See, you just never know which way it's going to go, Angela. You just never know.
I'm listening. Interesting. 2000 and, what was it, 17? Maybe earlier than that, had a little stock market rundown, and I'm starting to think, all of this money I'm putting away, I've got to protect it. I had a plan where I worked over at Apollo Radio, where they took 15% of every paycheck and set it aside to pay me when I retired.
Yeah, paying yourself. That's smart.
Yeah, and I wanted to preserve that. So the best way to preserve that was to move to Florida.
Yeah, pay fewer taxes, right?
Yeah. So when they paid it to me, I didn't have to pay the Georgia income tax. But at any rate, I just said, look, I just said, put this in federal money markets. I'm not going to make a lot of money, but I'm not going to lose any either. And people need to embrace some of the responsibility that goes along with where the retirement funds go. But that's not really what's ticking me off this morning.
What is?
What is it? Yes.
McDonald's putting Angel Reese's name on their damn Coke cups.
Wow.
All right, there's a highlight or a low light from her last night where I think she missed about 4 shots right at the rim all in one play. To have that woman talking about how we'll walk if we don't get paid like NBA players, somebody needs an economics class, Neil.
Can she shoot like an NBA player? That's my question.
Not quite.
The answer is no.
No. I mean, she throws bricks all the time. But she's just a vile female. And so anyway, I'm going to have to stop going to McDonald's.
Well, look, here's the thing. You probably should stop going to McDonald's anyway. I mean, it's just that good for you, Neil. I mean, that's not good food for you.
No. Wait a minute.
Oh, did I step over the line? I'm sorry.
Well, of course. No, if I'm in the mood for a quick breakfast, did you know that McDonald's has oatmeal?
I did not. I was not aware.
It's actually damn good. It really is.
All right.
And oatmeal is good for you.
Yes.
So, by the way, you mentioned TSA.
Yes. Yeah. Angela brought that up.
I despise those people. Well, I don't despise them, and one of them I do. I remember I had 2 encounters with TSA. One of them was in Phoenix, Arizona. This was back when you would print out your boarding pass, and it would come out on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and you clip the boarding pass off and go get on your airplane. I ran, well, what happened to the rest of this piece of paper? Oh, I just cut off the boarding pass. Well, how do I know there wasn't something on the rest of this piece of paper?
Why would it matter? It has anything to do with getting on this airplane?
So, no, you cut it. Yeah, no, I want to know what's on the rest of this piece of paper. So you're going to have to leave this line and go back to the counter and get a real boarding pass. So that guy was obviously a government school graduate. And then the other one, this is coming back from Europe. The State Department, I told you guys, they asked me to go over and make a speech at the London U.S. Embassy and the Dublin U.S. Embassy and about the role of talk radio in a presidential election. So I did that. And when I got back to Atlanta out of Dublin, I had to go to that ridiculous exercise of claiming your luggage and then having to go through security again while your luggage gets x-rayed and all that in order to get to your car. And I sat there because I have body parts that trigger the detectors.
You're like a knee or something you had replaced.
Knee,
Yeah, I got you.
knee. Yeah, we'll go with knee.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Well, I
was trying to keep it PG.
clearly, as Neil being a member of Al Qaeda, TSA was able to thwart what he was planning on doing.
So we'll go with knee. Anyway, I was in this little area where I'm waiting to get felt up, and I'm watching a TSA agent go through my backpack, and I watch him pull out my camera, and this is how old I am, an iPod.
Oh.
Or whatever they used to call those.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I watched him pull them out and put them into his pocket and then disappear. And I'm saying, hey, that guy just, hold it down, mister. You're causing a disturbance. I went back the next day to the Atlanta police and insisted that they look at the video at the airport to do something. Oh, no, we watched the video. Nothing happened. Nothing. Oh, gosh. The TSA was stealing people blind. Or this guy was, and being protected by the Atlanta police because at that time, being assigned to the airport was a sign of disgrace for an Atlanta police officer.
You got yourself in trouble. I had to end up down there.
Yeah. So anyway, and then last night, y'all are familiar with Young Americans for Freedom, right?
Yes.
I went to an event last night in Naples.
That's cool.
Yeah, for them. Scott Walker was there. You know, the guy that the Wisconsin that just creamed the teachers' unions. But anyway, they had a young lady that talked about how she was really discriminated against in school because of her conservative views at the University of Florida, where virtually every professor is a socialist. It reminded me of one time the Federalist Society at Georgia State Law School invited me to come speak to them, so I did. And I noticed the guy that I knew to be the dean of the law school standing in the back of the room while I was speaking. And I learned later that he called the head of the Federalist Society into his office after I made that speech, and he told him, if you ever invite that guy or anybody like him back on this campus, you will not graduate our law school.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, Neil, that's the worst news ever. We're at the Young Americans for Freedom thing last night. Did you speak? Were you there to speak?
No, I was just there to go with some friends. Listen, guys, I don't know what I would... If somebody asked me to give a speech right now, I wouldn't know what to do.
I feel like you could come up with something.
No, I just don't have that much to say.
Okay. Seriously. I'm not sure I'm buying that, Neil.
The talk master? Really?
Yes.
I feel like it doesn't match the nickname.
I feel like it doesn't matter what we throw at you. It's just a matter of like, okay, wind him up and let him go.
Yeah. I am so retired that...
I want to point out something, Neil, real quick, is that when you brought up the teachers' unions and running them down, Angela Morbido to my right just shook her hands in the air like Rocky. You see, she worked in the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos, and she has no love for those folks either.
Oh, they're horrible. They are horrible. The only, this is why I graduated high school with a C- average. Because these teachers just bored and then finished second in law school. But these teachers just bored the ever-living dog squeeze out of me. So you used to work for Trump, huh?
I did. I was very honored to have served in the first Trump administration, and the amount of hate that we got from the teacher unions and their allies was like nothing I have ever experienced. And especially with how everything shook out during and after COVID, I am more convinced than ever that we fought the good fight. And I'm very, very proud to have been a part of that, because what has gone on in schools and what continues to go on in schools, I mean, I think we can all agree here that if it continues, we're going to lose the country.
I forget who it was that said it, but we're at any time we're only one generation away from losing this country.
I believe that was Ronald Reagan that said that, right?
I think it was, but also we have a little thing about Nikita Khrushchev. How do you pronounce his name?
Khrushchev, right?
Yeah, and then Elton John did a song about him.
I don't think I knew that.
Me neither.
Nikita?
Oh, okay, all right.
Eyes with like ice on fire.
I don't think I realized that was about him. Are you pulling my leg right now? Or is
You
it
don't
really
think
about
it was about a girl, do you? It's just Elton John.
That's a fair point. Okay, I stand corrected.
Learn something every day, Tug.
Yes, you do.
So, anyway, Khrushchev said, all we have to do in the Soviet Union, all we have to do is capture the minds of one generation of American school children. And the game is over. So he was fat and blustery and all that, but he was also wicked smart, and he knew just exactly how to play the game.
Well, that was Chairman Mao's move in the 1950s after they had their great famine. It was focus on the children, and if we can get them, we can maintain our power even after we've killed 50 million of our citizens with a famine.
That's not all. But, and it's so easy. These kids and their TikTok crap. Now we have all these advertisements on TV, paid for by TikTok.
Yeah, how great
with these people. Yeah. Oh, I make my living off of TikTok. Really? You never went to school?
Well, maybe they did. Maybe they had the same experience as you, and the ones that that experience that Angela's pointing out.
Well, you want to go back to the second administration?
If they asked me to, I would absolutely be honored to serve again. But I love what you mentioned about TikTok, because there are things I think you can learn from it. I don't have TikTok, but if you want to learn how to perfectly cook a steak or how to play guitar, you could learn those things on TikTok. Yes. Oh, I am a girl dinner advocate. I will eat some of the weirdest, conglomerations
Neil,
of food.
TikTok.
You wouldn't live long in my household.
TikTok explained to all women out there, Neil, that girl dinner of like pickles and coffee was fine.
Oh, pickles and coffee? Gross.
So not all girl dinners.
Okay.
If I'm hard pressed for dinner and we're not going out somewhere, I just open a can of Bush's baked beans. That's it.
Okay, baked beans is fine. Everyone likes baked beans, except women will eat weird stuff, Neil.
I'd like something to go with the baked beans, man. I love baked beans, but I would like to have maybe some barbecue, something to go along with it.
Well, it's nutrition. You get the protein, you get all Bush's baked beans. That's it. And in the morning, a McDonald's oatmeal.
Yes, you start the day with a nice, healthy breakfast, Neil. I'm proud of you.
Well, look at me. Obviously, I'm healthy. But I want to know why. We have an idea for a tax plan that in today's dollars, $50 million spent developing this tax plan. $50 million.
Especially when the fair taxes out there, they just use that one to work better anyway.
Yeah. So if I admire most of what Donald Trump is doing. There seems to be a little bit of an air of chaos out there. I wish he'd slow down Elon Musk, not in what he's doing, but how he acts. Okay, but I love what Elon Musk is doing. But, hey, guy, don't dance around with chainsaws. I'm not even allowed to own a chainsaw. But $50 million to get rid of the IRS, to get rid of the income tax, to get rid of virtually all taxes and fuel this country on a consumption tax with everybody getting 100% of their paycheck, prices remaining the same. It's a beautiful plan. And, try as I might. And, it's Angela, right?
Yes.
Yeah, back in my lawyer days, I actually worked with Donald Trump on some issues across the table, lawyer to lawyer and all that. And I talked to him just a couple of weeks before the election. Try as hard as I might, I can't even get him to say the words fair tax. Why can't it get some of his attention with $50 million of research behind it?
I don't know the answer, but Angela, what you might not know is that Neil co-wrote the fair tax book that's out there.
That's amazing.
With John Linder, and it's brilliant. And everybody, I feel like anybody that that reads it or just even learns a little bit about it enjoys it and hopes that would be something that the United States would do. Have you ever had negative feedback? I mean, I guess you have.
Well,
but most people, I think, appreciate it.
I will tell you absolutely that in all my experience debating, Yale Law School tax professors and all of this stuff, nobody has ever been able to argue against the fair tax without first rewriting it. A fair tax, no, it doesn't say that. Well, this is the way it would have to be passed, and then it's going to do this, and then it's going to... They all have to change the terms in order to come up with an argument. Now, just imagine, for the people that are listening, imagine this. You get 100% of your paycheck, okay? But the federal government does not get 1 penny from you until you have taken care of the basic needs of your family: food, shelter, clothing. Once you've taken care of your family's basic needs, then the federal government gets some of your money. Then, only then. And that's in the plan. These guys were not slouches. They went to MIT. They went to the University of Chicago. They went to all of these places.
Good educations.
Yes, with all these economists and everything. Here's some grants. Get your people working on this. Let's come up with a better tax plan. And they did. And it would be the largest transfer of power from government back to the people in the history of this country. And I can't get Donald Trump to even say the words.
Speaking of just simplifying the tax code, and Elon Musk with chainsaws, he doesn't use one. I realize he's a much nicer person than me.
He'd be blowing it all
Because if
up.
I was seeing all that waste, fraud, and abuse up close, I think, and I had a bunch of flamethrowers.
I'm not allowed to have a flamethrower either.
Oh, man.
Dude,
well, we got to change
and I'm not allowed on ladders.
We got to change that. But I love your idea of simplifying the tax code, because one of the left's favorite lies is, if only the rich paid their fair share.
Oh, tell me about it.
Nearly half of all Americans pay nothing in terms of federal income tax.
By the way, if you want the updated Doge number, there are 4.6 million government credit cards. Doge has looked at 200,000 and said, okay, these are the ones we're deactivating. 200,000 out of 4.6 million.
Well, you can't look at them all on the same day.
Of course not.
That's a whole lot. But you'd have those people that protest out in front of the government buildings that are empty inside, but they're out front protesting. It's not everyday Americans, because everyday Americans, like Angela and Los were talking about, they support what Doge is doing. It's just those people that are being affected. And I feel bad that they're losing their job, but those jobs need to go away. There needs to be a different opportunity for them, and there will be in the private sector economy that Donald Trump is building.
Well, I don't feel bad when they lose their jobs. They've been backing up to the pay window forever anyway.
Fair point. Fair point you make.
They know damn well that what they're doing is not meaningful employment.
That's right. You know when you're stealing.
Yeah, get out in the private sector for a little while. See how good you are.
So and do you know, back when I started talk radio, which, by the way, Angela, is before you were even born, probably before you were conceived.
That's backing it up, Neil.
I think Neil jumped onto YouTube. Now he knows.
But anyway, way back then, and by the way, Angela, I got my job in talk radio because the talk radio host that I listened to committed suicide, so I showed up the next morning to take his job.
Oh, whoa. Okay, there's a lot happening there.
He's a cold-hearted snake, that Neil Board.
All right, but it was the start of an illustrious radio career.
I was sitting on a lawn chair out in front of the radio station, and they go, "What are you doing here?" I said, "You haven't heard? Herb died. He's not coming in." We know. Well, I'm here to do a job. But at any rate, back then, single, households where both parents were working was somewhat unusual. Okay, now it's common. And one of the reasons was that the second working parent in a two-parent working household was working to do one thing, to come up with the money to pay their income taxes.
Just awful.
Yeah. And now, due to the tax burden on the American people to support this behemoth government we have, two-parent working households is common. I mean, sadly, two-parent households are not that common anymore, but usually you have both of them working. And if it is not a two-parent household, you have the taxpayers stepping in with the money to take care of the other parent's contribution.
That's the reality for myself and for Tug, Neil. We're both two-parent households. Both of us have to work to make ends meet to take care of what the kids need. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, sometime put a pencil to it and see what would happen if you were not paying income taxes.
Yeah, I think we'd be in a better situation.
If you got 100% of your paycheck.
Do I want to make myself throw up?
I'm like, I might cry.
If you got 100% of your paycheck every 2 weeks, would your wife have to work? No taxes.
No. Yeah, no
taxes.
No taxes.
Or let her work and I'll stay home.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, that could be the reality. Back to either a house husband or a housewife. That could be the reality. I'm with the fair tax, but I can't.
Donald Trump needs to listen up. Look, I finally found something that I don't like that he's doing, and it's not listening to Neil about the fair tax. I finally found it.
Oh yeah, he's gonna call me up there tomorrow to brief him on it.
No, I didn't say I could move anything. I didn't say I have no authority whatsoever. Angela might have a better insight than any of us.
The only way I'm gonna get to Mar-a-Lago is to go to Hannity's wedding.
There you go.
There you go. Well, at least you're gonna get invited, because ain't none of us, the rest of us, ain't
I'm
going.
not so sure.
Oh well, come on, Sean loves you. You've been on the show.
He owes his damn career to me.
Yes, sir,
That's right.
He does. Neil Bortz, the talk master.
Actually, I owe mine to his, but I'm never going to tell you that story.
That's next week. It's a week out tease.
No.
It's a Paul Harvey of radio career talk.
That's right. And the rest of the story. Neil, thank you.
You treat this little waif nicely now.
I will.
Thank you, Neil.
See, welcome to the club. Now you've been called a name. That's when you know you've been accepted.
I'm all about it. I appreciate it.
Angela and Los and I enjoy your company and love talking to you. Thank you, Neil.
Be good.
See you, Neil.
All right, then. Will the left ever get past that dumb look they have on their face? Probably not. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. The Hawks have now won 3 straight as they beat the Philadelphia 76ers at State Farm Arena last night, 132-123. The Hawks now hold the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. From the NFL, the Falcons released longtime defensive tackle Grady Jarrett yesterday, and he did not last on the open market long. He signed a 3-year deal worth $43.5 million with the Chicago Bears. NFL free agency, the tampering period, continues today. And the Braves continue spring training this afternoon. They host the Detroit Tigers. First pitch is set for 1:05. You can hear that game on our sister station's app, 680 The Fan.
Hi, my name is Steve from Marietta, and we hired ATL Turfco to build our dream backyard golf setup. They installed a large 4-hole putting green, a sand bunker, a short game area, and did a full conversion to artificial grass around the pool with decorative retaining walls. ATL Turfco was really creative. They were efficient. The installation was a breeze. Price was completely reasonable, and I definitely appreciated their communication throughout the project. I would definitely recommend ATL Turfco to anybody thinking about doing a backyard makeover. You can check them out online right now at atlturfco.com.
Neil Bortz here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal. Let's be here to enjoy the left's meltdown together. Extra 106.3 is dialed into all the latest breaking news and headlines, so you don't have to suffer through the left-wing spin. Get it right from Atlanta's only conservative voice. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra, and our guest, Angela Morabito. You've heard her on with us many times. She was in the Trump administration as the spokeswoman for the Department of Education. She's with the Independent Women's Forum. She does it all and has graced us with her presence this morning.
Can we pull back the curtain on this?
Yes, just quickly.
So Tug was having to look at doing jury duty. And so the plan was, okay, we're going to have Angela who's going to come in, she'll host the show, and this is what we're going to do. And then Tug, because he decided to wear his I'm Tug Cowart jacket, that's when they basically said, okay, we're not going to let him do jury duty, that this guy is a media member. He's probably got a lot of opinions. So they turned him loose last night. So we get the benefit of now having Angela with us with the regular show.
But here's the thing. I called and called. You know, they give you that number you call.
To check in.
They never updated the message. I finally went on the website and plugged in all the juror number and birth date and all that. And it just said NA service has ended. And so I had to then go on the internet and try to figure out what that meant. And that meant that you're cut loose from your jury duty day, but they may call you again. But I had no idea. I even asked my wife, Laura, I was like, should I just go down there just to be sure? Because they never updated the phone bank, the voicemail that they leave that you call in. It was supposed to be at 7. At 8:30, 8:45, it still hadn't been updated for Fulton County.
Are you telling me government is inefficient?
No, Los, I'd never say that. Of course not. I mean, if you listen to this show, you know how pro-government we are and how we know that they do everything right. But at the end of the day, I guess it just so happens that that I didn't have to go, and I was fortunate enough because I was going to be.
But we still get Angela.
So that's what I'm saying. I was going to be jealous because you get to work with Angela, and she brings this wisdom and this experience that no one else on this show has, just working inside the administration, being able to see it from the inside. It's fascinating.
And Neil gave you a name.
Yes.
Yes.
It was Waif, I believe.
Yes.
That may actually is a good thing from Neil Boards.
Yeah.
I appreciate that very much, and I'm very happy to be here with you guys.
There's a question mark on top of your head, whether you appreciate that or not.
I think it's a good thing.
It was a good thing.
I'm going to go with good thing. I'm going to go with good thing.
When it comes to Neil, if he's not making fun of you or giving you a hard time, then he doesn't like you. That's what.
Yeah, he'll leave you alone if he doesn't care for you.
Oh, well, I feel like I'm in the club now. Now I was honored to be here with you guys today, and I'm honored to have a Neil nickname.
Well, the folks in the Democrat Party, especially those on the left that have this look of bewilderment, this look of confusion, this look of just no direction, Los, it ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
I talk about updating the playbook on a regular basis. So I can go find the article from Slate.com. Ronald Reagan is dumb. I can go find another article. George H.W. Bush is dumb. I can go find a Forbes article. Why is George W. Bush, so dumb? Do you realize how silly it sounds when you have one of the greatest real estate moguls of all time and a dude who's catching rockets out of the air and trying to call them dumb?
But that's the goal. That's what they're doing.
There's no way that you can possibly refer to this administration and look at them and say, well, they're surrounded by dumb people. No. This administration makes the rest of D.C. look like a bunch of mouth breathers. That's the truth of it, Angela.
Yes. And I think this is proof that the left has learned nothing from the past, eight years now, because they started calling every Republican dumb, which we know isn't true because President Trump's running circles around them, and they started calling J.D. Vance weird, and he's like the most normal guy ever in politics.
That was a weird plan in June, July. It's like, okay, he's formidable. What do we do? Let's call him weird.
Do you remember, though, they had to back out, man? They had to put that in reverse real quick because it was Tim Walz that was calling him weird. And Walz is the most weird, awkward dude.
Jazz hands, everybody.
This was when they first introduced him here on the show. I was like, y'all, he came out waving both his hands. Men, don't do that.
It was a weird vibe. And I use that word intentionally because here you have J.D. Vance, who probably knows more about football and just normal people things than Tim Walz, who was billed to us as the All-American football coach.
He's a guy's guy.
He's a bro.
He likes to hunt.
And then he couldn't load his shotgun. He couldn't load his weapon. I can't remember if he was using a shotgun or a rifle, but he wasn't able to load either one.
It was a shotgun.
It was a shotgun, yeah.
Again, it was a basic loading 12 gauge, and he looked at it like it was a science project.
Break it down. Stick the shell in. Fire the gun. That's it. That's all it is. And that's who they thought was going to be the guy's guy, Angela.
It was such a mess. I think there was one where he tweeted out about, as a football coach, I know when to call a pick six.
That's right.
AOC, they tried to have them play Madden, and his thing was, she runs a mean pick six. That's not a play, sir.
Make it stop.
And I know maybe 3 things about football. I know there's a halftime show at the Super Bowl.
That's right.
My football knowledge
is limited.
I love to go to the game, but it's pretty minimal. And even I was like, what?
I'm for sure that ain't right.
The Angela alarm went, no, that doesn't sound right.
7 o'clock hours brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Van Jones on CNN is saying what we've said for months about the Democrats.
Women can always pick up if you're a dude or you're not.
That's exactly right. Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
So here is Neil Bortz getting all bent out of shape over things he simply should just ignore. Or maybe not. I'm getting really disappointed in the internet. I was beginning to think that I could get my news online instead of having to subscribe to a bunch of newspapers. I even checked the country's largest black newspaper, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, to see what's going on. But lately, my trust in the internet is really suffering. Here is the main thing that's really gotten on my nerves. It's on Facebook. Maybe you've seen it. It's a picture of that dimwit, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, pouring a drink at the bar, and it says, AOC, going from a broke bartender to a net worth of $29 million in less than 6 years on a $174,000 salary tells you everything you need to know. At best, this woman is worth $500,000. The real estimate is about $200,000. Some estimates as low as $50,000. $29 million? No way. But good friends of mine share this ridiculous post as if it's absolutely true. Even Facebook had to add something to it. See context added to this post. And that context is simply Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not worth $29 million. My friends, why do you see something like this and then share it with all of your friends without making one simple little effort to find out whether or not it's actually true? How about asking some questions before you go off half-cocked? Just Google, what is AOC's net worth? Then you get several reliable sources that debunk this whole nonsense. Be responsible for what you share on the internet, or we're going to lose a very valuable resource. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3 FM.
Now is the time to go electric and save big during Jim Ellis Chevrolet EV Super Sale.
Right now, get $5,000 off MSRP on all Equinox EV RS models and a massive $14,500 off MSRP on all Silverado EV work trucks.
Chevy EVs are designed to go the distance, delivering the performance, range, and technology you need without the gas pump.
And with so many models to choose from, finding your perfect EV has never been easier.
Jim Ellis Chevrolet makes buying simple and hassle-free. No high-pressure sales, just a transparent customer-first approach.
Plus, their finance experts work with you to secure the best rates and terms.
Shop in person on Peachtree Boulevard.
Or visit JimEllisChevrolet.com to make the switch today.
2024 Silverado EV. Example stock number SCV4001. MSRP is $73,345. After the Jim Ellis $14,500 discount, final sale price is only $60,845. 2025 Equinox EVRS. Example stock number EEV5021. MSRP is $48,535. After Jim Ellis $5,000 discount, final sale price is only $43,535. Just add TAVT and state fees. Expires March 31st, 2025.
Jim Ellis Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
The only solution to this war is diplomacy.
And that diplomacy to stop the war with Russia is going on now in Saudi Arabia, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading U.S. talks with Ukrainian officials, just like he did last month with Russians.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will propose a truce in the sea and the sky, including an end to missile and drone attacks. Russia has so far rejected any talks of a ceasefire. And while the Trump administration has made clear they expect Ukraine to make concessions to end the war, it's not known what they'll ask Russia to give up in return.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Before the talk started, Ukraine bombarded Russia with hundreds of drones. Many were shot down, but some did damage in Moscow. At least 3 people were killed. President Trump will meet with more business leaders the day after another huge sell-off on Wall Street.
There is uncertainty not only in the markets, but on Capitol Hill, too, where lawmakers are hoping to avoid a government shutdown this week. House Speaker Mike Johnson is hoping Republicans can muscle the GOP short-term spending bill on their own. They are expected to vote on the bill later this afternoon, but there are some GOP members who are on the fence about voting yes.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. If 2 Republicans join Democrats voting no, the spending bill would not pass as Democrats fight DOGE in court. A federal judge has ruled the department is likely open to freedom of information requests, adding DOGE has unprecedented authority and unusual secrecy. But Elon Musk, who's leading DOGE's attempt to slash federal spending, tells Fox Business they are being transparent, trying to keep the U.S. from going bankrupt.
Save money for the American taxpayer, stop money being spent on things that I think very few taxpayers would agree make sense.
Another federal judge has temporarily blocked pending a hearing tomorrow the Trump administration from deporting a legal resident with a green card. Mahmoud Khalil was a Columbia grad student last year when he led pro-Palestinian protests on the New York campus. He's accused of being a sympathizer with Hamas, a terrorist organization. America's listening to Fox.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Heroes like Austin Reese have paid a high price for our freedom. Austin served 3 deployments to Iraq. He spent 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit and became a military freefall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin was left paralyzed. Tunnel to Towers built Austin a specially adapted smart home. Help heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug and Los joined by a special guest this morning. We're so delighted to have her, Angela Morabito, and she was the spokeswoman for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos, under Donald Trump, part of the Independent Women's Forum, and dear friend of our show.
This is the Bon Jovi point of the show. We're halfway there, so we got 2 hours to go.
And then
but it flies by all the time.
This really is time flies when you're having fun. I have so much fun being here with you.
Wow, you're always welcome and you're always invited. And 404-741-1230. Here's the thing that I would encourage you to do. If you have questions about what it is that Angela did as the spokeswoman for the DOE and any of those inside baseball questions that you've had or ever wondered, then you can dial us up at 404-741-1230 and we'll put her on spot. And
that's right. She'll tell you. She'll tell you where the bodies are buried now.
That's exactly
now
right.
that she's not in the. We don't want to hurt her chances of ever rejoining the administration, but I would love if she heard her opportunities to rejoin the administration.
Let me tell you, we'd go viral all of a sudden.
What do you think about this person? he's a moron.
Yeah, exactly.
So the girl phrase for this is spill the tea, and I am ready to spill the tea with you guys.
Okay, I never heard that.
Yeah.
Spill the tea.
Oh, you don't know about spill the tea? By the way, I found a girl dinner on Instagram.
Oh,
look at
those are
this
gross.
one: Cheetos with Oreo cookie and milk.
So girl dinner is a thing that has blown up on social media in the last few years, and we've all had good laughs at it. But you say you're a girl dinner gal.
I love girl dinner, but my husband and I do a variation on girl dinner, which is dip dinner.
Dip dinner.
Because sometimes you don't want to cook a full meal,
Right.
but you want something to nibble on.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
maybe you don't know what you want. Maybe you're like, I want some guacamole. Maybe you're like, I want some hummus. Maybe you're like, I want to roll through Trader Joe's like like a toddler who should have been on a leash.
Grab a handful.
And I will go Trader Joe's crazy.
Okay.
Really, I'll go crazy wherever I am. But Trader Joe's is a great place to do this if you've got interest in dip dinner. And you go get some cut up veggies, you get some tortilla chips, and you get any dip that looks good, which for me is like all of them. And you have a dip dinner.
That's not unlike this. So I have a picture. It's a handful of assorted. There's an apple and there's cheese, but then there's assorted dips.
Well, but it looks like a beer can in there too. Is there?
Well, no, that's also a thing of sardines.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. If it's a beer can, it's bro dinner. I think that it's not girl dinner anymore.
Right, this switches up. Treva at 404-741-1230 has a question for you, Angela.
Hey, Angela. So I am curious, what was your favorite thing about your job that you were doing, and what was your least favorite thing? And also, it's great hearing a girl voice in the morning.
Amen. We like it too, Treva. Thank you so much.
We invite her all the time,
all the time,
Treva.
and hopefully we'll get her back more often than not.
That's also why we like having you on the air, because
That's
it's
right.
nice to have a woman's voice on the air here, too.
Absolutely. Thank you, Treva. So I'll let you jump in on that one.
Team Estrogen. Hi, Treva. Thank you for your question.
Team Estrogen.
So
Let's go.
I hear you, girlfriend.
my favorite thing about being at the department was, I mean, serving that mission and being a part of starting to dismantle the Department of Ed and starting to return power back to the states. That was the most meaningful to me. But the most fun day to day was I got to see a lot of really interesting schools. And I got to be on the ground in places that were working miracles for students. And these people showed up and did it every day. And I'm thinking of a school in Arizona where they had kids who legally couldn't be with their parents. And when we came in with a bunch of media and press, they said, you got to get these students out of the room because if mom or dad sees where they are, that could put their life in danger. And that was a wake-up call for me of, wow, I've been incredibly blessed. And there's so many kids out there where school is their lifeline. School is providing the functions of home. And it shouldn't be like that. But that school stepped up and did an incredible job. I mean, I think about a school in rural South Carolina where they were teaching students to do pretty much any trade job you could imagine. They had a fire department in their school.
That's awesome.
It was so cool. They had welders where I was like, oh, I'm getting fired because I'm in there with all these people and there's sparks flying and I'm like pulling them out of my hair.
We had that in Northwest Georgia. We had all those trade. A buddy of mine, we had an auto shop. And if you needed your oil changed, you could bring your car there and they would do, and you would do it in class to learn how to do it. There was welding. I did a module because we didn't have an actual radio station. I did a broadcast module. I tried to do that every semester because I loved it so much. Those trades are real. They were welding. They were doing everything. And that was Northwest Georgia, kind of like rural South Carolina.
It's so cool seeing these schools up close. And then the COVID hit and everything was different. And then my least favorite, this is actually a really easy answer. My least favorite was having to correct all of the lies that were spread about us. There were a lot of days in there where I would spend a few hours doing what I would call smile and dial of, I'm surprised these reporters still picked up my phone calls because I would tell them, hey, I'm trying to help you tell the truth. You got something wrong. And some would say, oh, shoot, we're really sorry. We're happy to get this fixed. Others were like, yeah, too bad, lady.
Was that not enlightening to recognize how flexible with the truth that the media is when it came to the Trump administration and especially anything y'all were trying to do with the Department of Education?
It is a lesson I will never forget. And it's made me, I think, a much better consumer of news now, being on the other side of it. That, will I believe the first headline I see? Never. And I used to all the time. And I thought I knew what media bias was. I thought I knew how bad it was. When I had to live through it and I had to fight those fights.
Professionally? Yeah.
Yes. it's like nothing I could have ever imagined.
Was there an outlet that was worse than others? Because you said some were glad to fix, some were not going to. Were there outlets that you wouldn't expect? I guess that's the better question. Because you expect Fox News to try to get it right,
yes,
especially when it comes to a conservative point of view and a relatively conservative presidency. But I don't expect MSNBC, I don't expect Washington Post, New York Times to try to get it right because it's not who they are. But are there other outlets out there that you would have thought wanted to get it right that surprised you that didn't?
So not really. It tends to be the usual suspects,
Okay.
but I found a huge variation, not so much from outlet to outlet, but reporter to reporter. Like there were folks, think about Politico, huge publication, tons of reporters. There were some who would be fair to us and they would give us a chance to respond. There were others who would say, hey, we've got allegations that you guys like to punch kittens for fun. We're hitting publish in 12 minutes. What do you got? And I'm like, you're going to give me 12 minutes to respond to something that we both know is insane? Like, really? Y'all want to play that game?
First, yes, punching kittens, affirmative.
Yeah, that's
Next,
right. Yeah.
your story sucks.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Print it.
Yeah, right. Go with that. But, it's funny because Van Jones is one of those Democrats who I don't agree with very often. I don't know if you ever ran across him in D.C., but he was part of the Obama administration, and he is on CNN nowadays.
And by the way, the last thing he said that was so incredibly articulate and smart was when he was caught on the street in Atlanta. They asked him about, and this was early, when they asked him about the Russian collusion case, and he said, that's a nothing burger. He's like, we're just running with it. It's a nothing burger.
That's amazing.
But that's the thing. He knows. He knows when he's right and when he's wrong. He's like one of those reporters. Maybe sometimes he's going to give you the nugget of truth, and then other times he's going to run because it'll be damaging to the other side. He cares about politics more than he cares about anything else. He was on CNN, and I want you to hear this cut. Dre, if we could pull up the Van Jones cut. Hey, Dre, buddy. If we can get the Van Jones cut, because he said something really, really honest about the Democrat Party.
In terms of Democrats and where they go from here, this last week we did see them try to protest during the president's address, and then House leadership getting on to them, other Democrats calling them out. They still seem to be wandering around trying to figure this out. What's your take?
Can we ask another question? Do I need to talk about my own party? Can we talk about Ukraine or something? No. Look, man, we're screwed. I mean, Democrats don't know what to do. This is a nightmare. Somebody like Donald Trump, we thought we'd at least have Hakeem Jeffries in the speaker's chair to hold him back if we didn't have Kamala in there to do the right thing. Listen, the Democratic Party is going through a massive set of internal crises. You have a party that got trapped two ways. One, defending a broken status quo that nobody likes because they thought that Donald Trump was going to make it worse. But when you're defending the status quo, you're going to lose. And then offending most people in the country, calling everybody sexist and racist and transphobic and every other name, and then saying, please follow us. Turns out it's not as popular as my party thought it was going to be. And so it's going to take a while for people to get it figured out. I don't like talking about this. I'd rather be beat up. Can you give me something I can beat up Shermichael about? I don't want to talk about my own party.
That's exactly right. He knows. We're screwed is exactly what he said. And just how long does this last? I don't know the answer, but it was funny because I saw it because he brought up Hakeem Jeffries, and I saw a video of him talking about how we got the Republicans on the run. And I'm like, on the run to where?
To where?
To pop champagne.
Exactly. Yeah. There's nothing that they are doing that is right.
I keep winning every day.
Dude.
Where's my fail point?
There isn't one. There is the best thing they have, and Angela brought it up in the last hour, is the fact that the economy is going to continue to be bumpy, just like it's been for the last 3 years, except now we know, and I guess we always knew, now we're admitting the fact that the economy's bad, and that's all they have is he's trying to reform what the economy is to make it a more private sector, which is going to be successful, versus the brittle public sector economy that we've had. That's all they got. And that's when they scream and holler because there's a bump in the stock market.
I cannot think of a less sympathetic person for the Democrats to put forward than what they've been doing, which is look at this government worker who is traumatized, shaking at being asked to name 5 things they did this week. I think they've never met like a normal person. Like when somebody's too online, the saying is like, go touch grass. I think the Democrats need to go touch grass, go outside maybe go to a Waffle House, maybe go to a place where normal people like us go. And understand that the entire rest of the world is not restructuring itself around transgenderism.
I had a situation I brought up last week where my brother-in-law, who has been an employee of the federal government for the better part of 14, 15 years, he got out of college as a graduate at Auburn, went to work for the federal government, finished his master's, works on missiles. He got a Doge email. And what was his response? Here's my 5 things. Wrote back like a sane person. Now, did he then wonder, am I going to be under the gun? It was no, because as what was brought forth by Elon Musk, so many of these emails were to make sure that there's somebody on the other end here. The federal government has gotten so big and so bloated. So when you have that explained to people, I think for normal people that go to Waffle House, that are able to actually, interact with normal people, that makes sense to them. We just want to make sure that there's somebody on the other end of this email that's alive, that we're sending checks to.
Yes, it was a pulse check. No one was judging their 5 things. Your 5 things could be like, I ate a sandwich on Monday. I
Which
ate a
is
snack
probably
on
close
Tuesday.
to right.
Some of them probably were not much better.
Coloring book.
Yes. I played Candy Crush for 7 straight hours. Now, I mean, they weren't judging the 5 things. And I think later on they should.
Yeah. At some point, you got to get to there and judge what these people are doing. And is it a good use of taxpayer dollars? Usually having redundancy in jobs is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. That's why businesses don't do that. They don't have 5 HR directors. They have 1. They don't have 5 IT guys. Unless the company's gigantic, they have 1. Like our... Here at Dickey Broadcasting, small company, the only independently owned broadcasting company in Atlanta, Georgia. We have 1 IT guy. He's our chief engineer because we're a small company. And we don't need all this redundancy in the federal government. It's like they celebrate it. They celebrate taking advantage of the system.
Of course. And I can tell you from where I was inside the Department of Education, I knew probably about 6 to 10 career civil servants who were in my section of that department. And I thought I knew them all. Oh, no. I found out years after I left, there weren't like 6 to 10 employees. There were over 100 just in my little section. And I'm like, one, who are these people?
And where are they?
And
if you never ran across them, then what are they doing?
What are they doing? It's insanity.
Yeah. Well, that's why I think the American people are so sound like a broken record. That's why the American people are so behind Doge, because they recognize it.
The polling every single time. Is backing it by a large majority. Right. Everyone, it doesn't matter where it's polled at CNN or MSNBC or Fox, the polling continues to show a majority of Americans think this is a good idea.
Because you can't live that way.
Of course.
Why do we think that anybody would be in support, aside from the 20% of crazies? Why would anybody think, let them do it? I know I can't. I know you can't. Los can't. Jiray can't. None of us can. But let the federal government live that way.
I have long had this theory, Angela, that when we are fat and happy, when things are good from an economic standpoint in this country, you got a whole lot of money in your back pocket, you're putting away savings, things are in a strong point. Then we take our eye off the ball and we start focusing on ancillary things. Maybe that might be transgenderism, might be transhumanism. It's always going to be something different. Because of the struggles that we've seen over the last 3 years, I believe that's exactly why Doge is so incredibly popular right now. Because if people are cutting at home, they don't have a problem with the federal government having to cut.
Of course. And I view Doge as unplugging the federal government and plugging it back in.
It's just restarting it a little bit, like a computer.
It's a forced restart completely. And I'm really excited, not just about what Doge is doing at the federal level, but seeing states start to embrace this too and saying, we're going to Doge our state. If we could Doge the state of Georgia.
Holy cow. Well, Burt Jones, Lieutenant Governor, has brought that up. He wants that to happen.
I love that idea. I think every state should do it because I think we're watching the American public wake up to just how much waste goes on in government.
Woke, not woke, but awake. Those are the differences, right?
Well, to realize how much money is being spent on, because for years, and we've brought this up before, we've done the cow fart thing. A study on cow farts, and there was a $500,000 that went to this university to study the methane that enters the atmosphere on cow farts. And we would always go, oh, that was in the spending bill? Okay. But those spending bills were so much of like the back burner in comparison to that secret money that was basically going from USAID into all these crazy places around the world. These dark channels where it never crossed a congressperson's desk. It was just, here's a dollar figure and it's going to this organization and we don't know what they're spending it on.
It's interesting you bring that up because being in the administration the way you were, was that an open secret, do you feel like, that everybody knew that the waste, fraud, and abuse was as deep as we've found out with Doge, or was that out of your view?
I can honestly say I had no idea.
That it was, you had to know some of it.
We knew that there was waste and there was ridiculous spending.
But we didn't know how.
We had no idea how much. And that's true for friends of mine who served in different parts of the administration. I think we're all shocked that we're shocked by how much there's been uncovered.
I would say this, and I think Marco Rubio gave us a really good example of this when he basically was able to take USAID and strip it down to about 89% of the size of what it used to be. He looked at it as, we knew money was going out. You would see that in bills. All right, here's $1 billion for this, here's $1 billion to this organization. What you didn't know is how they were then using that money, because that was all tied into whatever USAID decided. So to tell somebody you're spending $20 million on Sesame Street in Iraq, there's not one congressperson who ever knew any of that, because they never would dig into what these organizations are spending the money on. There was no reason to.
On top of that, the fact that they would send, let's say the number was $1 billion, 20% of it went to what they said, and then the rest of it
found its way back over into the pockets of
Democrat politicians. That's the way. I think that's the most eye-opening for me.
That's another thing, too. It's not insider trading. I believe Elon Musk when he says this, Angela. It's not insider trading. There's no way they can get this rich off of insider trading. They're funneling money back to themselves.
The NGO industrial complex.
Yes.
Thought it could get away with this forever.
Well, it did for so many years.
That's right. And I mean, we talk about how they tried to justify all the USAID stuff. It was, we're exporting American values and American culture. Don't export like the weird transgender stuff. Export like, hey, we got this guy named Joey Chestnut and we're going to send him to Peru and he's going to eat like 50 hot dogs.
It's amazing.
If we're going to do it, we got to send people
Give
good
the best
stuff.
Because it's the best part of our culture.
Give them the fun.
Because the CIA cannot do this stuff legally. So USAID was the one who was implementing their strategy, using the money in the way that they wanted them to.
Unreal. But our eyes are open. We're awake. We're no longer woke. We are awake. This is the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3 Tug and Los with our guest, Angela Morabito. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their website. When we continue, this is a topic that Angela is going to hit out of the park for you. Randy Weingarten. She fears closing the Department of Education will lead to school choice. Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
Next on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
So let me stop pussyfooting around and cut to the chase. The world needs to know that the United States is going to stand behind any country that fights terrorism, especially terrorism born of that rag picker who was wandering the Middle East several centuries ago and suddenly decided, hey, I'm going to start a new religion. Hamas is merely carrying out the mandates of Muhammad, disgrace be upon him, as set forth in the Quran. You don't start stopping them now. Where do you start? Let's see if they have any more fear of Donald Trump than they did of Joe Biden.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors doctors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. You know, a great smile can make you more successful as well as make you happy. Yes, it's true. And your smile's waiting for you at my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler, my friend for 30 years and dentist forever. This woman at Atlanta Smiles, atlantasmiles.com, the dentist with the doggy. It's really true, whether it's just regular cleaning or bridges or crowns or are your teeth bothering a little bit, maybe a little ache or something, or your gums it's not going to get better on its own. Take it from me, I found that out the hard way. Taking care of your teeth and gums, and everybody's happy. And by the way, you can relax with Dr. Dina. This is an individual, private VIP experience. The latest technology. She used AI to get my last thing done at my last visit. And don't forget the doggy. She's a little doggy to take a nap in your lap while you're getting your work done. And this staff, these ladies are angels, I promise you. You'll love going there. A veteran herself, Dr. Dina, 10% veterans discount off the top. Tell them when you call. 404-262-7733. Your smile's waiting. Get the doggy, atlantasmiles.com.
Attention Warriors, are you a veteran ready to navigate to success after service? Tune in to the Warrior Alliance Network. Join us as we spotlight inspiring stories, provide essential resources, and connect you with a community dedicated to empowering veterans. From career advice to health and wellness tips, the Warrior Alliance Network is your go-to hub for post-service success. Tune in Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. on Xtra 106.3. Join us on the mission, the Warrior Alliance Network, where warriors thrive together. Visit us at thewarrioralliance.org for more information.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens launches his re-election campaign later today. Dickens continues to deny any wrongdoing as the Office of the Inspector General investigates corruption in his administration. A former Campbell High School student was shot and killed Saturday night at an after-prom party in Powder Springs. Police say 17-year-old Ashton Hornsby was unarmed. The alleged shooter, Carlos Diaz, is in custody and charged with murder. Democratic voters have a special election runoff today for District 2 of the Cobb Board of Commissioners. The runoff winner will face Republican Alicia Adams in the April 29th general election. Today's weather: clear skies this afternoon with a high of 73 degrees. Tomorrow also looks great with a high of 75 and no clouds. Rain moves in starting Thursday with a chance of severe storms this weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Tug and Los with our guest, Angela Morabito. And I think in this topic, she's going to have incredible insight.
Is she really a guest at this point?
Yeah, no, she's part of the family.
She's a guest, but
thank you.
That's right, part of the family without a doubt.
She's been made fun of now by Neil Boyce.
That's right.
So you're pretty much in the club at that point.
Yeah, once you pass that,
It's a badge of honor.
It
Thanks,
is
guys.
indeed. It's like a military award you get. You know, when they pin it on your chest, that's what it is. But I think this is something that you will be able to just bring. Just your experience, and it all is Randy Weingarten losing her mind, and the fact that she is so terrified of the DOE going away because that would open the door to, God forbid, school choice.
She was on MSNBC over the weekend and proceeded to have a complete meltdown, and she kept saying, "I'm really angry."
Is why so many people are so mad about it, because they're just taking opportunity away from kids that don't have it. So kids of billionaires, they have it. They go to private schools. Everyone else, 90%, go to public schools. Don't take away their opportunity.
So let's stay on the facts.
Sorry.
No,
I'm
do not
really angry
apologize.
about this.
No, because this
I'm
is what
really
people
angry.
need to hear.
I taught kids in Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, New York.
She taught kids, so.
No, thank you, fake John Denver. She always goes back to that. She always goes back to yelling and screaming and waving her fist around, and I'll show you. All she is a mob boss. Right? That's her job, is to be a union mob boss.
Yes. And for her to wail about kids aren't going to have opportunity. Well, yeah, Randy, because of you. And because
you're the problem.
Your union stands in the way of school choice. I think she knows her business model is about to be obliterated.
Just like the media industrial complex is watching it, and they don't know how to react to it either. They don't they don't know how, Los, to be in the situation where their words mean nothing.
Now, granted, we've had Angela who worked in the Department of Education, and so I think it's very eye-opening and it's very telling that someone who worked there says we need to get rid of this. To hear people working within the Department of Education with the Trump administration trying to figure out how to downsize and how to take the power out of this. But I think the biggest weapon that they have is the current test scores. You can go back and say our test scores are as low as we ever have had them since we opened up this Department of Education. So tell me about your level of success.
It's a failed experiment, and I think that there are a lot of parents who still aren't really aware of just how deeply it's failed, because Gallup had some great polling data out saying almost 90% of parents say that their child is on track in reading and math. Only about a third are. So there is a huge gap between what parents think because of what comes home in the grades from school and what students can actually accomplish. States need to take this over, and states need to get real. They need to take a long look in the mirror at what they're teaching.
Because there's plenty of fault there too.
Of course.
But I think this is when you understand the immensity of it. Like, for instance, we're zoned for South Forsyth, and we're in an area of Forsyth County where the numbers are exploding as far as here's what the scores are. And I've seen it in my own home where my daughters do very well. And you think, well, that's everybody. Everybody must be doing this strongly. To then know that if you just go south over into Clayton County, it's a completely different story. Mm-hmm. And for every one of my kids who, hey, she's doing well, there's 5 over there that are not. Well, so that's how the numbers get, where you look at and you see the failure systemically going on in the education system.
Angela, I love what you said, that this is a failed experiment. The experiment being the prime word. We have ran an experiment on our kids for political gain. That's all it's been. I don't know that there's been anything good from the DOE since it was launched under the Carter administration, and it has trended downward since. This is an awful time to experiment on children. And continuing a failed experiment on children continues to put them behind, continues to put them in a bad situation, and continues to sink the prospects of America being successful into the future for years and years to come, because we're sitting on kids that can't do the basics, the most important: reading, writing, math and science, the things that matter the most.
And I don't know if you have been around for when Tug has brought this up, Angela, but we talked about what happened during the COVID time period and the amount of loss that these kids had. Tug talked about it when his son first got into college, the amount of where professors there and guidance counselors said, we're having to take kids and we have to reteach them this stuff. So they're coming in at a level that's not college level yet because they lost 2 years of education.
Yes, we've become a remedial country.
That's exactly. Los is not kidding. We were at College of Charleston during the whatever when you go in and just learn about school.
Orientation. Yeah.
Thank you. It's a crazy hard word. Orientation. I'm a DOE experiment. But that's the thing. The orientation. They did a whole segment on remedial, and we had to sit there with it because they did it for everybody. And they talked about how many remedial classes they do. But they didn't say it was because of the failures of the DOE. They're just like, so many kids are coming in, we have this remedial program. Like it was just normal. Like there's they didn't even bat an eye at it.
Yep. And it also affects the kids who don't go on to college or don't go straight to college. One of the guys I had the pleasure of working with at the Department of Ed did a great project on military recruiting. And there are kids who want to serve our country, but they are kept out because they can't pass the test to get in. It's not their fault. These are kids who are ready to put their life on the line. They're amazing. And yet they're cut off from that opportunity because their schools have failed them. It's heartbreaking.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room then, because the discussion has been return this back to the states. Now, I don't think we have a clear answer on how any of this is going to go, but I want to try something different. I mean, is that basically where we're at of let's put the money and the influence back on the states and individual communities to figure out what works best for them?
So that is the headline, right? But underneath that, there's a lot that happens.
That's what I'm curious about.
So there are some core functions of the Department of Ed, like enforcing civil rights law in education. Nobody wants that to go away. Nobody's proposing that goes away.
It just shifts to a different department.
Right.
DOJ, right?
Department of Justice would, I think, do a fantastic job with that. Title I funding. No one on any side of the political aisle is proposing that funding for underserved schools goes away. We're just saying get rid of the competitive grants, which is separate from Title I, but we're saying block grant the money to the states. Funding for students with special needs. We all want that. Send it through Health and Human Services. From there, you let states make the best decisions for their students. And when it's at the state level, I mean, I think at the start of the Biden administration, when I left the Department of Ed, there were only a handful of states that had universal school choice. I think we're up to 14 or 15 now. And in 20 minutes, that could change too, because I think Texas is going to vote like today.
Seems that way.
Very soon. So states are getting the memo here that giving parents choice is just plainly a good investment.
That's why Randy Weingarten hates it so bad.
Students do better and we spend less. Under her system, she wants us to spend more and get less.
I'm right there with Buck Sexton. I was getting a chance to listen to the 2 o'clock hour yesterday, and he made a really good point that I had never gone down this road as much as I do not believe that some aspects of unions should really, like if you want to tell me about an auto workers union, I'm going to say, all right, have you outlived your usefulness? Maybe not. But I don't believe you should have a union when it comes to public school education.
Right. Well, but I would even take it a step further and say, I don't like unions for public work at all. If you want to have a private union, do all you want. I don't care, man.
If you want to have a private union within your organization that deals with your auto company, I think that there's some usefulness to it. But when your job is to unionize public school teachers, I think that's a problem for the student. I think ultimately you get a lesser...
Of course you do. Because you can't fire people that don't do the job that they're hired and paid to do.
It's the dance of the lemons. I brought this up about how you end up with a bunch of bad educators. Not all, but you do end up with different schools that are passing around bad teachers because you can't fire them, so you just try and move them around to the next position.
And you know who really can't stand a bad teacher is a great teacher.
That's right.
Yep.
And great teachers should be paid for the work that they do. I mean, you can ask any principal, any administrator, and they could tell you, here are my top 10 people. Here are the
they
best
might not
teachers
say it out
in the
loud.
Building. Right. They might not want to tell you, but they know. They'll give you the look.
I have a friend of mine who she was teaching in public school in Dallas when we got out of college. It took her about 3 years, and she went private. And the amount of not just income, but the amount of benefits and everything else that went along with it because she was a top teacher. And so the school district, of course, they're upset because, well, hey, there's a private option and they're taking our best teachers. Well, that's the free market.
Right. Let
That's
the free
how it
market
works.
work. That's the beauty of what Donald Trump is trying to do with the American economy is turn it back into a private economy based on private jobs and private companies instead of government bloated bureaucracy that has failed us. We see it fail us in every department. We see it wasted, the money that we spend. Gosh, Neil last hour talked about how great it would be if you kept all the money that you earned and didn't have to give it for taxes. You would make better decisions with your money than somebody in Washington, D.C. would. It seems so clear to me. And they're always, at least in my opinion, there's always an ulterior motive, anybody pushing back against common sense.
Yes. I think that the teacher union bosses and their allies in the government and in the political world and certainly in the media, they can be as angry as they want to be. They can yell and scream as much as they want. They cannot defend their product. There's no defending these results. I mean, for a while, they blamed COVID for everything. I'm like,
that was the catch-all.
Right. It's like, I'm sorry, is COVID the reason an 18-year-old can't read? Like, that's insane.
Yeah. Well, it's COVID.
That's right. Because it worked for so long, why not use it until its usefulness is gone?
Oh, it's COVID.
Right. I know.
They use that excuse for forever.
I know.
They've told me over and over and over again. I don't believe them, but they've told me that enough.
I don't believe them because it's COVID.
That's right.
Well, it's like COVID didn't make someone forget how to read. COVID didn't make schools fail.
Right.
I know that's your opinion, but it's COVID.
Right.
Do we think COVID caused everything? Do we think COVID causes like power outages? Do we think I'm just going to blame anything negative on COVID?
Yeah. But that was their blanket for the longest time.
It didn't matter what it was.
So thank you, Linus.
Yeah, that's right. That was the blue blanket. They wrapped around everything, and that was their catch-all, and that was the way that they were able to at least defend their failures. Are you a proponent of the tests, like testing, how students do for testing is how teachers are paid? If their testing turns out better, they get paid more? Because I see that bubbling up a lot too.
I think that has to be a piece of the puzzle, but I don't think it's the whole picture.
I agree with that.
I think we got to look at student improvement. Like if you're a teacher and you inherit this rising class of second graders and they're all way behind, you shouldn't be penalized for that. But if you can get them to improve, you should be rewarded for that.
I think so too. Again, it goes back to logic and common sense. If your common sense is saying this is what you should do, follow it.
We should reward performance.
Wow. Such a novel idea.
But let's not do it from a federal level.
No, absolutely not, because they will get it wrong. You know that. I know that. Angela knows that. Los knows that. Board Op Jure knows it. We all know it. 404-741-1230 if you'd love to jump into the conversation that we're having. Next, this is something I think you'll like too, Angela. It's called Story Time. This is where you need to get out your number 2 pencils and your scratch paper to take notes, because Los is going to teach us about a classified CIA weapons and training program. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. The Hawks have now won 3 straight as they beat the Philadelphia 76ers at State Farm Arena last night, 132-123. The Hawks now hold the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. From the NFL, the Falcons released longtime defensive tackle Grady Jarrett yesterday, and he did not last on the open market long. He signed a 3-year deal worth $43.5 million with the Chicago Bears. NFL free agency, the tampering period, continues today. And the Braves continue spring training this afternoon. They host the Detroit Tigers. First pitch is set for 1:05. You can hear that game on our sister station's app, 680 The Fan. Hey, Atlanta, let's talk about Skag and where do you pick up a Skag? We do that over at Howard Brothers. It's almost the time to show off those lawn stripes. You know it. I know it. I like to have a good-looking yard. You probably do as well. Mostly because I can then look at the neighbors like mine and say, Justin, take a look at my lines in my yard. Deal with that, brother. Well, how do I get the help with that? Well, I get that help from Howard Brothers, and you get the Skag advantage as well. Skag mowers are built with durability in mind and are the best at achieving those perfect lawn stripes that we know that you're going to be looking for as we get into spring. Find them at your local Howard Brothers today and take home a Skag to get your lawn looking good this season. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Skag and Howard Brothers.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated, and you can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
When it comes to protecting your assets and ensuring peace of mind, trust the expertise of Nelson Eldercare Law. Our Absolute Protection Trust is designed to provide unparalleled asset protection. Visit NelsonEldercareLaw.com to discover how our specialized services can safeguard your family's future and assets, offering you the assurance you deserve. NelsonEldercareLaw.com.
Hey, homeowners, it's Flounder, and I'm here to keep you warm. Well, I won't, but my friends at Dobbs Heating and Air will. As a new homeowner myself, I prefer working with local, family-owned companies who value what matters to me and treats my home like it's their own. The Dobbs family have a passion for what they do, and taking care of people is their primary goal. So if your home needs help staying warm right now, call Dobbs Heating and Air and experience the Dobbs difference. And check them out online at DobbsHVAC.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
For half a century, glyphosate has affordably and effectively protected Georgia farmers' crops from invasive weeds. Without it, the impact would be felt beyond the fields, hitting Americans where it hurts, our wallets. That's why the Modern Ag Alliance advocates for farmers' continued access to essential crop protection tools so food prices don't rise even more. Get the facts at controlweedsnotfarming.com. Paid for by the Modern Ag Alliance in support of Georgia farmers.
Are you tired of dealing with drafty, inefficient windows? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. It's time to upgrade these old windows. Replace them with double-pane, beautiful, energy-efficient windows. Your new windows will help you regulate a perfect temperature throughout your house. Start saving big money on your energy bills and improve the curb appeal of your home. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078.
Get connected to Extra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Extra shows in crystal clear digital on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra, along with Angela Morabito, who worked in the Trump administration under Betsy DeVos there at the Department of Education as the spokeswoman, and also with the Independent Women's Forum as a visiting fellow. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Thank you, Jera.
Yeah. Come on.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Tug.
You betcha, buddy.
And thank you, America and Murica, both of you. You get all the thanks. I want to take you back to 2011 during the Obama administration when we had the street protest that all went across a lot of the Middle East. You had them in Tunisia. You had it in Bahrain, in Egypt, in Libya, in Syria. And these street protests were about going against the government. It's like, we need more freedoms. And this was recognized as the Arab Spring. February of 2011, street protests. Now, what happened in Iran, because they had the same things going, you had so many people across the spectrum in America saying, listen, the Iranians are willing to take on the mullahs. Like, how do we support them here? And Barack Obama and his administration chose to not get involved. They were the friends of the Iranians. We're sending them money. Here's what we're doing.
Pallets of money, as a matter of fact.
You want to build nuclear weapons? Have at it. It keeps us fair. You know what? You can be the balance to Israel in that area. That's the way that the Obama administration saw things. But because they had initially dropped the ball in the Arab Spring when things kicked up in Syria, well, we had to get involved. And we started a program called Timber Sycamore. Now, Timber Sycamore started in 2012-2013. It was run by the CIA and USAID. And what was it? We're going to arm and train the Syrian rebels. Because, I mean, they've got a person who's running things there, and they're a bad person. Got to take care of Assad. We're going to align ourselves with these rebels. Newsflash, things have not worked out well. Okay?
Imagine that. Again. It's happened again.
We'll get to that in a moment, but I want to take you back to now during the election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. They're doing the in the round debate on CNN, where here comes the topic and here's the discussion. I want to take you back to during that time period. Here is what Donald Trump said about arming the Syrian rebels.
Now, she talks tough. She talks really tough against Putin and against Assad. She talks in favor of the rebels. She doesn't even know who the rebels are. You know, every time we take rebels, whether it's in Iraq or anywhere else, we're arming people. And you know what happens? They end up being worse than the people. Look at what she did in Libya with Gaddafi. Gaddafi's out. It's a mess. And by the way, ISIS has a good chunk of their oil. I'm sure you probably have heard that.
So as he's pointing out, when we got rid of Gaddafi, we just created a vacuum for ISIS terrorists to move into, and that's how you ended up getting Benghazi. As we now look at what has gone on with the Syrian rebels, they're killing Christians in the streets. I don't know if you saw the video of them crucifying Christians in the streets and then shooting them in the head. They are a fanatic group. And yet, who told you about this? Donald Trump. Let's fast forward over to 2017. When Donald Trump made the point, we are cutting off aid to the Syrian rebels. And the first place you saw this was the New York Times going, oh, he can't do that. That's a terrible idea. And so as soon as Trump's out of office, what happens? Rearming them again. Timber Sycamore is the result of actions that we took in 2012, 2013, and then after Donald Trump is out of office, and now you see what we reap out of it.
But that's the crazy part of it, Angela, is the fact that the media will say if you didn't back that, then you were in support of a
dictator.
Of a dictator, right?
Yes.
Bashar, you have to be in support of him if you're not in favor of the rebels. And much like it is in Ukraine and Russia, they're all bad. It's not like there's a good guy in the scenario. You're picking between two bads.
Yes, and the media and the left wanted you to pick their preferred bad, and their preferred bad is now in charge, and it's sad, tragic results. I can't bring myself to watch that video.
They were willing, because of their screw-up in Iran of not getting involved. They're like, well, we got to get a win somewhere here in the Arab Spring. Let's do it with Syria. That was their plan. Donald Trump was smart enough to look at it and say, we shouldn't be backing these people if we don't know what they're all about. And I will tell you, a lot of this goes back to this idiotic nature that we have. Like Saddam Hussein. We deposed Saddam Hussein. You know what Saddam Hussein was really good at doing? Stamping down the crazies in his own country and keeping track of, and basically saying, I'm going to rule with an iron fist. And yes, he attacked his neighbors in Kuwait. I get that. But also, when it came to maintaining the law there and the crazies, Saddam Hussein was good for business.
Could I boil it down to the devil you know?
Yeah. Look what's happening. This didn't happen in the previous regime with Syria because dictators, although brutal and ruthless, have a way of keeping the crazies under control. It is the devil you know. Now, are we doing... it would be different, I think, if we were doing this in the interest of, hey, win one for the Gipper, and we're American, we're always going to back the right people, and go, go, go. It's always about our own self-interest at the time.
And I understand we have to put our interests first, right? I'm not opposed to that, but let's make good decisions when we're doing that, which is never the case. It seems like our federal government and the CIA and whomever is making the decisions at the time, Barack Obama, never make a good decision. My thing, if you want to ask me, get out of Syria altogether. Have nothing to do with Syria. There's never a win there, and there's never going to be a win there for America. Get out, get away, and let whomever else that has an interest there, that is neighbors with the Syrians, let them handle their situation. Back out, stay out.
That's my question to you guys is why are we the world's cop? Why is this on us?
They will tell you because we have the resources. That's what it always comes down to. They'll say, well, the Americans can do it, just like with NATO. They'll defend everything that NATO needs to be doing, even though the Europeans won't pay for their own military. Hey, you know what? The Americans will do it.
I am jaded in that I firmly believe that when we get involved as an interventionist around the world, although we like to do the whole we're here to help and save people and promote democracy. No, we're there to create markets in order to help our own economy. And oftentimes, if we can create some sort of war conditions, there are people that exist in the military-industrial complex that are going to make a ton of money off
both sides of the
that's why we get involved in these things.
Both times.
Yep.
Get out of Syria. Stay out of don't be, like Angela was saying, don't be the world police.
And stop backing fanatics.
Right.
But it's the right fanatics, as Angela said. It's our preferred fanatics.
Our preferred crazies.
It's like I think about this with Kyle Rittenhouse. All right? I'm going to give you the Kyle Rittenhouse one. So whenever anybody goes crazy about what Kyle Rittenhouse did, I go, well, he did shoot a guy who was throwing around the N-word all night.
Right.
And there's the pretzel moment of, well, aren't you supposed to shoot a guy who keeps throwing around the N-word, a white guy who keeps doing it? Right. And that's the moment where they get upset. I point that out to say, if Putin is dealing with the Nazis in Ukraine, is that a bad thing?
No. Again.
Think about that one. How does that, torque the noodle where you're like, but they're Nazis. Yes, you're backing Nazism, the remnants of it in Europe. Well, but they're Nazis for democracy. That don't exist, brother.
Right, that's not a thing.
That's right. But that's the thing you see over and over and over again. The United States making this horrible mistake.
Timber sycamore. And
they're doing it again right now. Get out of Syria. Get out of the world's business. I'm in full favor of supporting our only ally in the Middle East, which is the Israelis. I am in full support of it. Outside of that, get out and defend America at home, build our economy. Stop trying to build nations because we fail at it every time.
Stop picking winners between two bad sides.
That's exactly right. The bad and the worse is what we always get. Says the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 when we continue. The Boston Globe calls Dr. Fauci a man of the people. Oh, boy. I have a feeling Los has an opinion on this, and I can't wait for you to hear it. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
So here is Neil Bortz getting all bent out of shape over things he simply should just ignore. Or maybe not. I'm getting really disappointed in the internet. I was beginning to think that I could get my news online instead of having to subscribe to a bunch of newspapers. I even checked the country's largest black newspaper, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, to see what's going on. But lately, my trust in the internet is really suffering. Here is the main thing that's really gotten on my nerves. It's on Facebook. Maybe you've seen it. It's a picture of that dimwit, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, pouring a drink at the bar, and it says, AOC, going from a broke bartender to a net worth of $29 million in less than 6 years on a $174,000 salary, tells you everything you need to know. At best, this woman is worth $500,000. The real estimate is about $200,000. Some estimates as low as $50,000. $29 million? No way. But good friends of mine share this ridiculous post as if it's absolutely true. Even Facebook had to add something to it. See context added to this post. And that context is simply Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not worth $29 million. My friends, why do you see something like this and then share it with all of your friends without making one simple little effort to find out whether or not it's actually true? How about asking some questions before you go off half-cocked? Just Google, what is AOC's net worth? Then you get several reliable sources that debunk this whole nonsense. Be responsible for what you share on the internet, or we're going to lose a very valuable resource. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. You know, a great smile can make you more successful as well as make you happy. Yes, it's true. And your smile's waiting for you at my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler, my friend for 30 years and dentist forever. This woman at Atlanta Smiles, atlantasmiles.com, the dentist with a doggy. It's really true, whether it's just regular cleaning or bridges or crowns or are your teeth bothering a little bit, maybe a little ache or something, or your gums it's not going to get better on its own. Take it from me, I found that out the hard way. Taking care of your teeth and gums, and everybody's happy. And by the way, you can relax with Dr. Dina. This is an individual, private VIP experience. The latest technology. She used AI to get my last thing done at my last visit. And don't forget the doggy. She's a little doggy to take a nap in your lap while you're getting your work done. And this staff, these ladies are angels, I promise you. You'll love going there. A veteran herself, Dr. Dina, 10% veterans discount off the top. Tell them when you call. 404-262-7733. Your smile's waiting. Get the doggy at atlantasmiles.com.
This is Atlanta's new home for Fox News, Extra 106.3 FM.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. Now that President Trump has unburdened us from what could have been, our country's finally headed in the right directions. But the Democrats are screaming and yelling and losing their minds. And unfortunately, the bad guys are still here and they want your stuff. Thank you, Joe Biden. And customers are still reporting break-ins and thefts of their hard-earned valuables. Don't wait till it's too late. Get a quality safe from the Safe House. We carry the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. And remember, gun safes are sales tax free at Atlanta Safe House. So give us a call or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Trying to prevent a government shutdown. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what House Republicans hope to do with an afternoon vote on a spending plan to fund the government ahead of Friday's deadline. Congressman Ben Cline tells Fox.
We need to break the stranglehold that the swamp has on the D.C. bureaucracy, strengthen the border, provide for energy independence, get the woke out of the Pentagon.
But Democrats do not support that plan, and if two Republicans join them with a slim GOP majority, the bill would not pass. One is already saying he's a no, prompting a Trump Truth Social post.
President Trump says Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie should be primaried for being a hard no, saying he's, quote, just another grandstander who's too much trouble and not worth the fight. Massie in a post on X saying, quote, 3 times I've had a challenger who tried to be more MAGA than me. None busted 25% because my constituents prefer transparency and principles over blind allegiance.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz at the Capitol. There will also be House hearings today into DOGE and its attempt to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from federal government spending the day after a federal judge ruled that DOGE challengers can likely make freedom of information requests to get info on what DOGE is doing, writing the agency has unprecedented authority and unusual secrecy. Elon Musk, who's been leading DOGE's efforts, tells Fox Business they're being transparent.
When we get criticism, we say, like, of what? Which line do you disagree with? Like, which cost saving do you disagree with? And then people usually can't think of any.
There's a new U.S. attempt to stop Russia's war in Ukraine. In Saudi Arabia, last month they met with Russian officials there. Now it's Ukraine's turn.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Michael Waltz are meeting with a Ukrainian delegation today. A senior State Department official says the fact that the Ukrainians are willing to sit down signals they are serious about reaching a ceasefire deal.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Ukraine hit Russia overnight with a drone barrage. 3 people were killed. America's listening to...
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Heroes like Austin Reese have paid a high price for our freedom. Austin served 3 deployments to Iraq. He spent 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit and became a military freefall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin was left paralyzed. Tunnel to Towers built Austin a specially adapted smart home. Help heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Can't afford to fill your grocery bags or gas tank? Fill your day with the best conservative talk for free by downloading the Extra 1063 app wherever you download your apps.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Glad that you're here listening on the Extra 1063 app, on the YouTube channel, 1063 FM, 1230 AM, extra1063.com. Plenty of ways to consume the Morning Extra, the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton from noon until 3, the biggest show in all of conservative media, and then the local afternoon show with the Kimber, Pete, and Flounder from 3 until 6. That's just the biggest part. And then later in the evening, if you happen to be listening, the Jesse Kelly Show, which is the biggest, it's the dam that's waiting to break. He is going to be the biggest star in all of conservative media. And I see Angela Morabito, who's our guest this morning, shaking her head. He's terrific. Have you followed him a little bit?
I have. I've seen more of his Fox content than his radio content, but he is wild in the best ways and will say the things that I think sometimes people are too timid to say. And I think the media world needs a lot of that.
Absolutely right. There's no doubt. And
he's after my own heart.
Yes, he is.
Because I feel like I'm one of the only other people that will point out
That's
things like yesterday I was telling how BLM was a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
And when I said that over on the sports station, oh my God, I can't believe it. Why are you saying this? Do you realize we can get in trouble? I'm like, I ain't getting any trouble.
Get in trouble for what? Telling the truth?
It's a communist organization stealing these people's money. They're buying houses with it.
And Act Blue, like when you went, that was the thing that I tested out. And now that we know Act Blue, the wheels are coming off the bust of Act Blue. When you went to donate to BLM back in the day, it directed you straight to Act Blue.
Yeah.
That's
where you knew.
That was part of the scam. That was part of the problem.
That's why I enjoy myself some Jesse Kelly. Like, as the controversy has been, how can you remove a green card from somebody? How can you deport some of these college kids?
Breaking the law. That's how.
Because you're a guest here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as I think Jesse Kelly said it really well when he tweeted out, he's like, you get a speeding ticket? All right, that's fine. You're here. You get a couple? You're a guest.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Yeah, that's right.
See you later.
And there is a law specifically about this for people who are guests in the United States when they start trying to cause disruptions that break the law. When you break the law, that can be revoked, and that's exactly what happened.
Angela, I feel like I'm constantly having to explain law to the communists because they just don't buy into any of it. I have to explain to them that not all protests are legal.
Right. I mean, if you want to go wave a poster in the street, absolutely, go for it. If you want to take over a building at a taxpayer-supported university, no. And if you can't see the difference between those things, you got bigger problems.
Yeah, I can't. Like, if I wanted to protest Angela Morabito and I decided to do it from my front lawn, totally cool. Fine. Totally legitimate.
I mean, not really cool with me, but legally okay.
Legally okay. If I wanted to do it from her front yard, okay, illegal. We have a problem here. There is an issue. And so to see that the argument has been, how can you possibly detain any of these people or to send them out of the country? Well, stop doing illegal stuff and we'll be all right.
Taking over buildings, and preventing kids from getting to class, just all the...
But it's a protest.
You're right. Well, if you're protesting, that means you're off to the side holding a sign or maybe chanting, singing
restricting access.
Exactly right.
Treat it the way that you look at abortion clinics.
Right. Yes, exactly. Let's reverse the roles there. If someone's quietly praying out in front, those are the people that the left and the communists would arrest and are just now being pardoned by Donald Trump because a corrupted and a weaponized DOJ went after them because of their faith and because of their stance on abortion.
Because, Angela, education is just as important as abortion, right?
That is just a wild statement, and there are people who think that way. There are people who think you have the right to end a child's life before it starts, but you don't have the right to choose where that child will go to school,
Right.
And those are people I will never understand.
Yeah, it's hard.
I just like taking their logic
and turning it right back around.
And just being like, I'll ponder this one out a little bit. So, yeah, ship them all out.
Absolutely right. Another guy we could ship out, I think, is Dr. Fauci.
Ah!
And this is something that, as long as I've known Los, he's wanted his pound of flesh. And I was listening to a commentator on a podcast talking about how there has been no reconciliation for all the things that were done to people during the COVID lockdowns. Boston Globe's got an article where they finally admit the lockdowns didn't work and that trust the science was a scam. But the one thing that they conveniently leave out as they talk about Dr. Fauci, this man of the people that's just trying his best, they never admit the fact that they were part of the problem to begin with. They were taking all the BS and they were screaming it and they were amplifying it and they were telling anybody that disagreed or questioned that you're the problem. And Los killed 10,000 grandmas.
Yes, I killed so many grandmas with my lifestyle.
Personally?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that's what I was told.
He didn't wear a mask, right?
I didn't wear a mask. I went out to bars. I just kind of did my thing. I know. I was awful to deal with.
That's right. He was an assassin.
Completely. I'm just terrible. It's me and Cuomo. I mean, we were the worst people during all of COVID, but we are 1 week away from the 5-year anniversary of the state of Georgia closing down, March 18th. You think about how much carnage that caused and how weird of a time that was. And yet they still, as their deity, hold up Anthony Fauci as their guy.
And this is something that happened, and you weren't here with us, so I'll just set it back up. Los and I were on the same page about this stuff. You know, the mask was like, no. A friend of ours down the hall was like, you're seriously not going to go to Costco and shop because you won't wear a mask? I was like, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not going. And he couldn't believe it. There was people like that they just couldn't get it, and they didn't get it. And Dr. Fauci was one of those dudes that was, just preaching the gospel. He was out there telling you that it was you were the problem. And the Boston Globe, they were part of that, just ridiculing everyday Americans as dumb and ignorant. And I'll give you an example. Saturday Night Live did this skit. And it was the get COVID, get the day off, or get the week off, rather. And it would have been 3 years ago at the time, because I think it was last year before that they did it, probably 2 years ago now. Had they done that during COVID, it would have been the funniest skit you'd ever seen. But they waited till it was safe to do this skit. And then it lost all of its humor. It's not edgy anymore. Same way the Boston Globe, or I feel like the Boston Globe is doing here, is that now that everybody is on the same page and everybody realizes what we did shutting down the country was ignorant and wrong. Now, Los, they're brave enough to say that, but then they still defend Dr. Fauci the entire time.
I'm trying to find it back in my phone. I think it's somewhere right around 2021 when I bought the Fauci clown shirt.
Yes. Yeah.
The giant clown nose.
Yes, the one it's just Dr. Fauci's face with a red big clown nose.
Oh, wow. That says it all, right?
Bit ahead of the curve on this thing. I say I want my pound of flesh. I don't believe we're going to get anything out of this. And so all we're doing is that we're promoting that they can do this again at some point. I mean, who knows? It's going to be much more difficult because of the freedom of speech that we now have, that we didn't have for the better part of several years, whether it was online or anywhere else. It's going to be much harder to try and change the narrative within a society when you don't have speech online and you don't have a media that anyone's paying attention to. So at least we've learned our lesson from that perspective.
But we had to, unfortunately, and I'll liken it to Donald Trump. His first administration wasn't as effective as it could have been. Then they cheated him out. We all know what happened. Mm-hmm. And he had 4 years to plan. And now we're kind of like that with COVID. We went through that. Now it doesn't matter what they say. I don't care I won't believe them. There's no reason. They've given me no reason, Angela, to believe them or trust them. Yeah. That being public health.
Right. What they've done to public health is absolutely devastating in some places. And I caveat that because for much of the COVID era, I was up in D.C. and there, Fauci is like a god king.
Oh, yeah. Still to this moment.
Yes. There were bars selling, because you could do takeaway liquor sales. So they would get your Fauci pouchy. And it was like a Capri Sun that was some like horrific neon color that people would like drink. And he was a mascot for like themed drinks. They loved Dr. Fauci. And at the meantime, they hated people like me. Because look, I would wear a mask anywhere somebody asked me to. I would play ball. But I can remember going to meet a friend for coffee, and I parked my car on the street, and this guy from across the street starts screaming at me. And I look back at the car and I'm like, I'm not great at parallel parking, but like it wasn't that bad. Yeah. No, it's because I didn't have a mask on, but he had to scream outdoors. Yeah. And he had to scream to get to me.
These people, they wore it as a badge of honor. Mm-hmm. that they were righteous and you were the devil.
Dr. Fauci empowered the worst people in America to be hall monitors for the rest of us.
I still remember the 6 feet of separation, and whenever I would have to go stand on one of those, I'd look around and go, this is arbitrary, right? Like, he just made it up on the fly.
And they did.
And they would look at me like, what is he talking about? And then whenever they would have their mask, it would dip down just a little bit below their nose. I would say, you do recognize that you have more ACE2 receptors in your nose than you have in your eyes or your mouth, right?
Right.
I was like, it's actually easier for you to contract stuff because you have more ACE2 receptors. And they would look at me like, what's an ACE2 receptor?
They had no idea. But on top of that, though, it was for them, they didn't care that it was down below. It was never about health to begin with.
No, it was
being compliant.
It was look how I'm for the good of humanity. It's like the good of humanity would have meant, why don't you go get a test for your vitamin D level?
Yes.
And get that up to a standard that's going to make you much healthier. Why don't you stop eating crap? Why don't you start doing the little things that I'm already sitting back doing? I never got anything.
Yeah. These people, I love your hall monitor thing.
Yeah.
Because it's so true. These people had never been in power before. These were people that were just everyday citizens, everyday people that were waiting on their moment to be compliant. And then when they got it, it was like, now I have the power and you will feel my wrath.
I'm trying to remember what they're called in a dorm. There's always
the
RAs.
RAs.
There you go. The RA.
The resident advisor.
I felt like I was surrounded by a bunch of RAs. Or I felt like you took my homeowners association and you pumped it up onto steroids and you surrounded these people all around me. And so I had to deal with this stuff. To this day, because of the rules that were put in place by the CDC, Angela, I had a conversation outside with a coworker who ended up getting COVID. And because I had a conversation with them outside, I had to go home for a week.
What?
And then when I came back, I had to wear a mask for a week at work.
There's these crazy rules that the federal government had pushed down, the state of Georgia had pushed down, and everybody fell in. Everybody bought it.
You're a close contact. You have to go home for a week. I'm like, but I'm not sick. Well,
that doesn't matter.
I'm not really certain if that matters. I think it kind of does. In fact, my last week of working on the Chuck and Chernoff show, before I moved on from that show that I'd been on for a decade, an afternoon drive, I was having to do the show from home because I was on COVID lockdown.
It's insane. And then you had people who were like, their last symptoms were, 5 days ago, and they're still locked inside because of the CDC rules.
I can only imagine that D.C. was even, like, Georgia, we opened up early, which is great. And it was bad enough, but I can't imagine in like Meccas where government is worshipped, like you were talking about the deity that was Dr. Fauci, that it wasn't amplified past anything that we even experienced here, you being up there.
It was nuts because people took pride. They took personal pride. Like it was their identity of look how good I am at following the rules. Were the rules helping people? Doesn't matter. I'm the best at following them.
Meanwhile, I'm going, grandma killer. Here we go.
Yeah. And you watch what this did to kids. I mean, I talked to a friend who has young kids. Her pediatrician was saying that every kid she saw was vitamin D deficient because kids weren't going outside.
Yeah.
I've talked to teacher friends in the early grades and even like preschools where, normal building blocks for kids, they couldn't use those anymore because kids don't have the grip strength because all they've done is push buttons. Yes. Yeah. It's those fine motor skills.
And the speech impediments because you couldn't look at how a teacher was speaking to you because of a mask.
Her mouth was covered up.
And so that's how younger kids recognize how to make out certain words is by watching other people do it. So much damage. And yet, Anthony Fauci, he's a hero.
Right. They still
That's why he needed a pardon, by the way, dating back to 2016.
They still hold him. Yeah, it's exactly right. They still hold him in the highest regards. And I don't know if it's they genuinely just want to believe it or they refuse to see the truth. I don't know which it is with the Boston Globe. Where is the disconnect? Because nobody believes you. Nobody believes this story. Nobody believes the BS that is out there anymore.
In retrospect, in just a total view of this, giving January 6 protesters a pardon for what they did on that day versus you gave a man a pardon for what he did for a decade. Does that feel a little bit more immense?
Well, but because they can't even nail down what the pardon is for. That's the whole point. What did you do during that
decade? What did you
decade?
need a pardon for? Could it be that maybe you were involved with the NIH and Eco Health Alliance in developing a virus that would be able to transmit from bats to humans and then be able to infect people? Did you take part in that? Because I think you might need a pardon for that one.
Did you fund all of it? That ultimately became what shut down the entire world?
Yes.
That's probably pardon-worthy.
Did you tell everybody it was a wet market and act like people were crazy if they dared to say, well, there's like a lab right down the street? Did you treat all those people like conspiracy theorists?
I wonder when you're living in D.C. if that ever resonated, because Jon Stewart, to his credit for the work he's done with first responders, he had the Daily Show for the better part of 15 years. Everyone who was on that side of the aisle that was a younger person would go to Jon Stewart every night for their news. That was Comedy Central and Daily Show. To then have him basically telling Stephen Colbert, dude, right down the street is a lab in Wuhan that works
pretty
with
good
this stuff.
That's where it came from.
And to look at Colbert's face of like, you're not allowed to say that.
You can't.
But Jon Stewart was flat out telling you, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it might be a duck.
Might be. I don't know. Have you seen that video?
I have not seen the video.
Go look it up. Stephen
Okay.
Colbert's face is priceless. He cannot believe that someone is on his same side of the aisle and would have the courage, have the audacity
to say the obvious.
That's
and
exactly
especially coming from a guy who, obviously Colbert's career is tied with Jon Stewart's.
Yes.
So his look of bewilderment is incredible.
And then we weren't allowed to say where it came from.
Right.
We weren't allowed to say, Trump he called it the China virus, and it was
That's
it's terrible.
racist. That's racist.
Okay, lest we not forget that Lyme disease is from Lyme, Connecticut. Ebola is from the Ebola River. Like, there's a whole laundry list of these things where you just name it after the place it came from, and it's not out of hate; it's out of reality.
That's right. It just happened to come.
Oh, I was calling it the Wu flu because it was from Wuhan, and people really hated that. Yeah.
How much trouble did you get in for that?
I got substantial eye rolls, but I
Okay.
tried to never say it in like a professional setting because I was like, I'm gonna make people mad.
Yeah, you're probably smart.
The
Wu flu. That's good. I never heard that one. Did you come up with it on your own?
Fun, everybody.
I know, right? Did you come up with it, or did you hear it somewhere?
Oh gosh, at this point, I honestly can't remember. I probably heard it somewhere.
right. That's
I
good,
just
though.
wish I could give credit to whoever said it first.
The old Wu flu.
I was doing a podcast. This is December of 2019. And I remember on the podcast going, man, there's some weird stuff happening in China. Are you seeing this? My coworker, he's like, what's happening? I go, they got like 50,000 cell phones that have been deactivated out of nowhere.
Yeah. So there's a reason that happens.
I was like, I think we have a growing pandemic. And then a month later, suddenly everybody knew about this.
The world comes to a close and a shutdown. 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Windows, doors, gutters, siding, and roof. They do millwork. They do it all at Southern Exteriors. And right now you can get 0% financing for 12 months or 10% off any job, no matter how big the job is. We appreciate them supporting us here on Extra 106.3. If you need that kind of work done, give them the first chance to earn your business. Gavin Newsom is eyeing 2028 with his new flip-flop, his latest flip-flop, if you will, trying to get ready for that general election. We'll talk about it next on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
On a lighter note, some people are still romantic, Kimmer, and I have right now. It's a continuing series of love for environmentalists and Valentine's cards you can send to someone who cares about the environment.
About the earth and the air and water and the cleanliness of our planet. Well, that's a very basic answer. For example, what do you do?
Our love is like a bog.
A bog?
It's built up over time, resistant to decay, and deeply interesting to just a small number of people.
Isn't a bog where it has like quicksand and you sink into the marsh? Isn't that what a bog is? My God. yeah, how romantic. See, I was right.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
For half a century, glyphosate has affordably and effectively protected Georgia farmers' crops from invasive weeds. Without it, the impact would be felt beyond the fields, hitting Americans where it hurts, our wallets. That's why the Modern Ag Alliance advocates for farmers' continued access to essential crop protection tools so food prices don't rise even more. Get the facts at controlweedsnotfarming.com. Paid for by the Modern Ag Alliance in support of Georgia farmers.
Its intelligent technology is intuitive. Its responsive performance, responsible. Turbo power with a hybrid assist, a digital yet sensual cockpit, and sporty elegance helps make the C-Class a driver's delight and paradise for passengers. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz C300 sedan for just $469 per month for 39 months with $46.63 due at signing exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's spring sales event. Visit today to see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through March 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
HGI Wealth Advisors is your financial defense partner, preparing you for the unexpected when the inevitable happens in life. Our tailored strategies empower families to build wealth, generate infinite income, and mitigate taxes, fees, and penalties. At HGI Wealth Advisors, we help you transfer wealth while creating an everlasting legacy. Our goal is to ensure you meet your financial needs today, tomorrow, and into retirement. Our experienced team is committed to ensuring your legacy endures for generations to come. Learn more at hgiwealthadvisors.com.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your system running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. So turn to Atlanta's Carrier experts for your system's maintenance. With Central, you get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. It's allergy season, and Central Heating and Air can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air is one of the few second-generation, locally owned and operated HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens launches his re-election campaign later today. Dickens continues to deny any wrongdoing as the Office of the Inspector General investigates corruption in his administration. A former Campbell High School student was shot and killed Saturday night at an after-prom party in Powder Springs. Police say 17-year-old Ashton Hornsby was unarmed. The alleged shooter, Carlos Diaz, is in custody and charged with murder. Democratic voters have a special election runoff today for District 2 of the Cobb Board of Commissioners. The runoff winner will face Republican Alicia Adams in the April 29th general election. Today's weather: clear skies this afternoon with a high of 73 degrees. Tomorrow also looks great with a high of 75 and no clouds. Rain moves in starting Thursday with a chance of severe storms this weekend. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. If you need something done to the exterior of your home, make it the envy of the neighborhood, you do that with Southern Exteriors. Over 200,000 jobs in their repertoire. So call them, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. They'll give you 12 months, 0% financing on a job, or 10% off no matter how big the job is. Gavin Newsom, he's a guy that, at least in this room, we don't take him that serious. He's hard to take serious because of the things he does, the way he's ran his, or helped run his state into the ground. But everybody now is starting to notice that he is making some adjustments in the things that he says. And Angela actually brought the story to the show because he's doing some flip-flopping.
He is. He has bucked the trend, at least on the left, about transgender athletes by finally admitting what everyone who has eyes or a brain or a heart are
able to function
yes,
in society.
If you can fog a mirror, you can see that this is unfair. And Gavin Newsom has finally admitted it on Charlie Kirk's podcast.
He said that there shouldn't be men playing in women's sports. And of course, we all know that. But the reason he's doing it has to be that he's prepping for 2025. That's the only reason that he would make a statement like this. He's trying to center himself to look like he's a, center-left candidate versus a far-left crazy.
But I think we are, at some point, we're downplaying the importance of what he said. To their religion, what he said was blasphemy.
Yes, it's a shock to the system.
He hurt himself with the hardcore, that on an 80-20 issue, the fact that they're in the 20 and they're the majority of the Democrat voters, they're looking at Gavin Newsom and saying, wait a minute, like you just went against one of the tenets of our religion. You're saying that men have an advantage over women athletically?
No.
And that trans women still have an advantage over women?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be like me saying, I don't think abortion's such a bad idea. Let's make it available on every street corner.
Yeah, that's right. And
that would offend you to be like, wait a minute, oh my God.
It would. While you're right about that, it might be a shock to them now. But if he's running against J.D. Vance, it ain't going to matter because they're going to take him over Vance every time.
But Angela, I don't think you make it through a Democrat primary unless you're singing their song in this way.
I think that has been historically correct, but I think Gavin Newsom made a calculation here and saw that there is a complete power vacuum in his political party. He knows that there is no heir apparent, so he's trying to be the one that is, I guess, the least extreme. And the Democrats had this whole retreat where they paid consultants probably some exorbitant amount of money to tell them literally just be normal.
Yeah.
I was reading that story, and every suggestion was just a repackaged version of literally be a regular guy.
Be a dude.
Yes, and I think this is Gavin Newsom's best attempt at being normal. And hey, it's a start. I'll take it.
Now, meanwhile, if you were to have Gavin Newsom in his appearance on Charlie Kirk in your left hand, you then have the Bernie Sanders rally in your right.
Wow.
And what I'm telling you is the Bernie Sanders rally is going to resonate more with these people that wear masks, that have a trans singer, that it's offending, that's going after God, and that has some hippie dude in a onesie rainbow dancing around. They're going to look at Gavin Newsom, and while the rest of us in our political minds go, well, that makes a lot more sense as far trying to win a general election, Bernie Sanders goes, I know what the party is about. This is what it is.
And I'm all about it. And that's why they love Bernie. That's why they absolutely... The only thing that might happen is there's a splintering of the Democrat Party, because I think that has to happen. I don't think the Democrat Party can win ever again with Bernie Sanders and crazy people and the craziness that they have on their side. So I don't know what they call the DNC. They call it DNC Light. I don't know what they call it. But Los is correct. Those people can't get a nomination in the DNC. It's too far communist, too far hard left. So what in the next 4 years is there a new party that bubbles up? And you've had people talk about developing a new party. I'm forgetting his name. There is someone who has started this. I'll have to look it up because we talked about it weeks ago. Someone, I don't feel like he's a tech guy, and he's like, we have to do something different. We have to get into an area of reality because we've not been there in a really long time. And I think that starts with a second liberal party.
Well, every group that the Democrats used to be able to count on has effectively abandoned them or
minorities, working folks, everybody.
Young people. Yes. Everybody's leaving the Democrat coalition. So now what is it? It's this hollowed out party that keeps sort of limping along with no real identity, no real core beliefs that anybody's excited about. But yeah, what happened at that Bernie Sanders rally, I was trying to tweet about it, and I couldn't find a part that was inoffensive enough to put in a tweet. That is how bad this was.
Yeah, it was great. And look, it's funny because I wear my faith on my sleeve. I wasn't offended by it, only because I know it was meant to offend me. So I don't give them that ability to offend me. It was meant to be a shock to Christians. It was meant to be a shock to anybody who calls themselves regular, everyday Americans. That's what it was meant to be.
I just want to give you a view of how this far left fringe, how they look at the world. So this is just one tweet that's out there as of 30 minutes ago. Good morning. F Donald Trump, F Pam Bondi, F MAGA, F Charlie Kirk, F Israel, F Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, he's at it, and that's why I say there has to be some splinter.
He jumped the fence with these people. I'm telling you, like what he said has them going.
Yeah, we won't tolerate.
You're not down for the struggle any longer.
Board Op Jure just said it in my ear. It was John Morgan who said, and it's not going to be the no party because he is one of the biggest Democrat donors there is. I mean. Crazy, Morgan and Morgan, for the people, that guy based in Florida was a person that funded the Democrat Party and pulled back and said, I'm done with it. I'm going to find a different party. I'm going to create a different party. And maybe Gavin Newsom knows that too. Those are two big power players. There's got to be something there. You don't have Gavin Newsom stepping out of line like that if he doesn't think there's something more that he could participate in. Because why would you cut your throat like that? And as Los read that tweet, that is cutting your throat with the Democrats.
New York Post opinion column. Yes, he's only doing it because he figures it will help him win in 28, and it took a historically awful wildfire torching his political capital to prompt a change. California Governor Gavin Newsom drops woke and wakes up to political reality.
Mm-hmm.
But has he dropped woke all the way?
Well, has he really?
Because there are some big school districts out in California. The Defense of Freedom Institute just recently filed a civil rights complaint working with the California Justice Center because you've got districts like LA, San Francisco, and there are others where on overnight trips for schools, they have these self-ID rules. So if you raise your hand and say, I'm a woman, you have access to women's lodging.
I don't believe he's dropped woke one bit.
No.
What I do believe is he's run from it. He's jumped the fence from it because he knows he can't get elected with it.
Well, but that's the thing.
Saying the religion requires strict adherence.
Sure it does. Yeah. No, that's right. But then he has to know there's something different coming, because if you can't get nominated with the Democrats and you're doing something spitting right in their face, spitting in the face of their religion, that tells me there's a door open somewhere else, that he sees a different exit from the Democrat Party to wherever it is, whether it's John Morgan's party or he creates his own party, and he tries to find centrist Democrats. I know he's not a centrist, but other centrist Democrats to make him look more appealing. There has to be a reason. He's not a dumb man.
I hope we can come back to this in 3 years when he's running for president, and we can say, who are the mega donors backing Gavin Newsom? Do we think one of them made a phone call? Do we think all of them made a phone call?
Right. It'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out. Because not only this, and I didn't know this, that he's even dropping the Latinx or Latinx or whatever.
Yes.
He's like, no, we're not. Spanish people, Mexican people.
Latinx is not.
It's not a thing.
Something that the society really enjoys.
But as Angela pointed out, he's tweeted about it 1 million times. So all of a sudden, for this to be a new drop, a new move to the center, and saying, yeah, nobody does it. Well, you did it.
Yes, you did, Governor. Look back at your old tweets, because the internet is forever. We're watching him start to shed these layers of, not wokeness itself, but the trappings of wokeness, especially in terms of, the language and how he spoke to Charlie Kirk, of course. Time will tell if he's really committed.
But that's another thing that the Democrats are going to persecute him for and crucify him for, is the fact that he sit down with somebody like Charlie Kirk, which is the devil.
Well, Charlie Kirk made a really good point during that podcast, and we got a chance to air it last week, when he asked about the political space that you now have, where you can go on, whether it's Theo Vaughn or Joe Rogan or whoever else, and you're going to talk for 3 hours. Charlie Kirk made the point. The reason why y'all don't do well in the space is because your ideas are bad.
And that's the truth.
For the people that got all excited about, hey, look at this one podcast that's doing as well as Rogan. Well, listen, the time spent listening isn't there. It's just what they're doing is they're dropping 5 podcasts a day, and they all last about 5 minutes. Well, that you can kind of hide what your thoughts are, or you can make it seem popular. Spend 3 hours talking about this stuff and see how popular you remain.
Yeah, and they will continue to fail at that. Because there are people that's their go-to, Angela. That's the thing. They're like, well, we have to have our own Joe Rogan, or we have to have our own celebrity president like Donald Trump. We have to find that. We have to recreate that. but it's all AstroTurf. It's all fake. It's all, hey, how do we look a certain way instead of doing what actually needs to be done?
Yep. Their ideas can't survive a second question because they can always get through question first. Well, what do you want to do with student loans? Forgive all the debt, free college for everybody. Well, who's going to pay for that? You guys? All of us?
You
billionaires? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
You get to question 2 and they're out of gas.
It is. Ask me about my intentions. Don't then question my results.
Right, because if you do, the results are always failure.
The intention is always going to be the key. I intend to build more prisons. How do you do that and where? I don't know.
Well, we're going to do it over here, not in my backyard or not.
I intend to make schools more accessible for people. But by school choice? I don't think so.
No, that sounds terrible. Randy Weingarten told me that's terrible. We can't go that route.
It's always judge me on my intention.
Yeah, which the intentions, and I'm not saying that their intentions aren't good. In some situations, I think their intentions probably are good, but they go about it so backwards and so against logic and so against common sense that it never works. And so the results, like Los is saying, is always a failure. And but I was trying to do the good thing.
If everyone remembers how we were all told that not only were we going to have coverage for pre-existing conditions for people, which was going to be a great deal so they could no longer be denied health care, but we were going to do that, and your healthcare prices were all going to come down. Where are we now?
Yeah.
Don't ever buy into big government when it comes to these things.
But that's their go-to, back to the religion aspect of it. That's their go-to. Our religion is government will solve everything. And this morning we played a cut of audio just before you got here, and it was a guy who was a humanist, and he was talking about how his worldview is based on, just humans being good. And whatever the majority says, that's probably what we're going to go with. And this Christian guy just tore him to shreds and he would set up scenarios that would pretzel them, just like Los was saying, that he had to stand up to question 2 and couldn't.
The Constitution's built with the understanding that man is inherently faulty and bad eventually.
Yes.
And I believe that.
I think the counterpoint to humanism of, humans will figure it out, everything's going to be great, is air travel. When you are stuck around people you don't know for a long time, the odds of getting crazy, or at least somebody who doesn't want to, be a good citizen of the airplane,
it's weird
is pretty good.
It's weird how people get to lowest common denominator pretty quick.
It's
you got Lord of the Flies, or the D terminal.
I was like, no, you understand. I'm not piggy. I have the conch. Come on.
It's free fall to chaos at any airport. It's such a great example. That's why I said it earlier. If it's within 8 hours, I'm driving because I don't want to deal with TSA. I don't want to deal with the crazy people that you're talking about. I want to be in the privacy of my own car. I want to be left alone. I want to get there. And it's not like driving is some safe form. You have more opportunity to have a wreck and it turn out bad driving than you do in an airplane. Most of the time. Lately, maybe the numbers are probably changing a little bit, but I will take my chances with me just being me and doing what I want to do and not having to deal with the crazies.
It's American independence, because with freedom comes a lot of insane people.
Yes, it does. When we continue, RFK goes after the self-certifying of fast food companies. We'll wrap up the show. Tug and Los along with Angela Morabito on Xtra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, March 11th. The Hawks have now won 3 straight as they beat the Philadelphia 76ers at State Farm Arena last night, 132-123. The Hawks now hold the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. From the NFL, the Falcons released longtime defensive tackle Grady Jarrett yesterday, and he did not last on the open market long. He signed a 3-year deal worth $43.5 million with the Chicago Bears. NFL free agency, the tampering period, continues today. And the Braves continue spring training this afternoon. They host the Detroit Tigers. First pitch is set for 1:05. You can hear that game on our sister station's app, 680 The Fan.
So, the doc says I have ED. ED. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's just an abbreviation for a condition so many men have. If I was to be honest, I probably also have a little OCD. I know I have a great HMO. Heck, I even have 3 weeks of PTO. Look, don't let a few letters get you down. If you have ED, there's HELP. Go see Dr. Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He's an ED specialist that will turn your life around PDQ. ED happens to a lot of men as we age. And just FYI, Dr. Deal can give you back the confidence you need to perform on the JOB. So, ready to take the first step? Quit yelling WTF at your little BFF and visit tbtofga.com. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can fix your ED ASAP. And before you know it, you'll be screaming OMG.
I'm getting in the game. The world won't be the same. I'm good to go.
Call 404-777-1911 or visit tbtofga.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Spring is here, and it's time to transform your outdoor living space into a beautiful oasis. At Stovall & Company, Wholesale Landscape Supply, we have what you need to make your landscape dreams a reality.
Stovall has been supplying the landscape industry for more than 75 years.
So check us out at StovallInc.com.
Stovall has it all.
Imagine all the things you dream of under one roof. You're thinking of eBay. Fashion, collectibles, car parts, it's all there. Go find the thing that keeps you up at night. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, this is Bruce Hagen.
And this is Matt Hagen.
And at Hagen Law, family matters.
We're not just lawyers. We're a father and son team committed to providing personalized legal representation for our clients.
And it's important to me that we are a family-run business. If you've been in an accident or injured, make us your first call. We treat every case with the care and attention it deserves.
With over 50 years experience of helping people, we are here to guide you every step of the way through your personal injury case.
Hagen Law is a family firm where family matters, and we're going to treat you like your family.
You can find everything you need to know at Hagen-Law.com.
Spring is here, and it's time to transform your outdoor living space into a beautiful oasis. At Stovall & Company, Wholesale Landscape Supply, we have what you need to make your landscape dreams a reality.
Stovall has been supplying the landscape industry for more than 75 years.
So check us out at StovallInc.com.
Stovall has it all.
Tired of financial uncertainty? Tune into Smart Income Radio and take control of your financial future. Whether you're gearing up for retirement, already retired, or looking to make smarter money moves, Smart Income Radio delivers the strategies you need to secure your wealth and future. Get expert insights, proven strategies, and practical advice to build, protect, and grow your wealth so you can enjoy the life you deserve. Smart Income Radio, Saturdays at 8 a.m. Plan smart, protect more, retire with confidence. Love having a true conservative news and talk station in Atlanta? Then spread the word. Tell your family and friends to download the Extra 106.3 app and stream the Morning Xtra, The Kimmer Show, and Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra, along with Angela Morabito. You know her. She's been a guest on the show so many times, and we try to get her in here as much as we possibly can. Been blessed to have her this morning. And talking about all kinds of stuff. She was in the Trump administration as the spokeswoman for the Department of Education and part of the Independent Women's Forum. Just a woman that is so well-versed in the things that we discuss and very experienced in that as well. So bringing your expertise to the show is so welcomed, and we so appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. I'm absolutely honored to be here. I love the show. I'm a fan first, and anytime I can come hang out with you guys, I'm super excited to do it.
We're trying to book you for next month for a couple of days.
Let's do it.
We got a home closing and moving into a new home, and I'm like, maybe we can get Angela to come out.
Maybe she'll come hang out with us.
Because you asked me, you're like, are you going to work from home that day? And I was in my mind, I go, well, yeah, that's what I'll, and then it hit me.
Oh,
we'll have already had the whole house packed up. There'll be no equipment, nothing.
There's nothing there. There's nothing. So yes, it could be an adventure altogether. But so I don't know about self-certification. I have no idea what that means, and I have a feeling you do because you brought this up with RFK. Going after this, I assume putting a stop to it.
He's taking steps to put that in motion to close a loophole that has allowed a lot of chemicals into our food. And yesterday, I didn't know what self-certification was either, so this was my Google rabbit hole of choice because I saw the news that Secretary Kennedy was he had essentially directed the head of the FDA to work on closing a loophole that allows food companies to self-certify that their ingredients are safe. And I went, they're doing what?
Wait, hold on. Is this not the definition of the wolf in the hen house?
It's exactly right.
Yeah, so they have something called GRAS, or GRAS, called Generally Recognized as Safe. And when the FDA was starting up, certain ingredients were considered GRAS.
Generally recognized as safe.
And that was designed for things like salt, butter, things you had in your kitchen.
Then they brought in red dye number 5. And like, yeah, I think it's generally recognized. Most people don't think it'll make you, develop cancer.
The company goes, we did our research with our people who we paid, and they said it's great. So now it's safe, and now it's in your food. Terrifying.
Yes, it is. But that's exactly what we had hoped RFK would be. He's the disruptor. And Los has brought this up many times. He's coined this. I want disruptors in our government.
System disruptors.
Yes.
And I love that premise because that's what I want. I didn't know it. I didn't know it had a name until Los gave it a name. Now, that's who I'm looking for. Who in the government is going, no, we're not doing that. That's not okay. And it doesn't matter if it's RFK. It doesn't matter if it's Tulsi Gabbard. It doesn't matter if it's Pete Hegseth, because as a guy that served in the Navy for 4 years, I love the fact that he's going, yes, I want the Pentagon to pass an inspection. Yes, I want them to pass an audit, because nobody else to this point has been that system disruptor. And this is a guy that loves the military. He loves it. He's served it. Now he's leading it, but he holds it to the highest of standards. And that's what I want us to do.
I think it's important. I talk about informed consent when it comes to pharmaceutical industry. When it comes to our food, it's not like you have RFK looking at it saying, I'm going to ban these things. I don't believe that's going to happen. What it is we should be informing Americans. If you want to consume in this, just know here are some of the things that we're finding. Like if you were to tell people on a regular basis what we've had the World Health Organization tell you, processed meat is a carcinogen. Like it will, with large amount of consumption, has been shown to cause cancer in people that have issues with cancer. Why not make this information available and start talking about what can we get out of our food that we know has been put in our food to make that food more addictive?
Yes. And I started looking at what has been approved through the GRAS system. What is companies just saying, this is great. One of those chemicals is called carrageenan, and it's made from red seaweed. So starts off natural, but ends up in a bunch of processed food as a stabilizer. It's in a bunch of almond milk. It's in a lot of things like protein shakes where they try to make something taste or feel creamy. There are people who have bad reactions to it. Now, there are people who have bad reactions to anything.
Yeah, my kid was born allergic to everything. So
totally. I can't eat bread. And most people can eat that and be just fine.
Los is the same way. I mean, he had had a hard time processing animal fats and decided not to eat them. Like, if you say, oh, he's vegan, automatically it comes with that, oh, he's trying to be, frou-frou. No, he's doing it because he can't process it.
Because I had to actually look into this information, and in order to get my health levels to an area where I was not going to have me thinking about my heart exploding, then, yeah, this is what you make a change. But that is what happens with informed consent. It's still up to me, though.
Yes.
If I wanted to scarf a steak tomorrow or today, I could. It's available to me. But all this represents is let's know what food products we have. Like we read a Red Dye 40. Red Dye 40 is a petroleum product. Like it's used to make roads and to then make your food look more red and tasty.
It goes in the pavement and it goes into Skittles.
Right.
It's like whatever was in the Subway sandwich bread was like, we use this to make yoga mats and your sandwich.
And your sandwich.
Odd. It doesn't seem like that those would belong together. So, which one of these is not like the others, like Sesame Street?
Generally safe.
Yeah.
Like I'd never heard that term, and now
like,
it just
think you're fine. The company said it was cool, so now it's in everything you eat.
It so resonates in my brain. Generally accepted as safe.
But I love the fact that Steak and Shake is using this to their advantage, and it's not like I visit Steak and Shake a lot. We've been there a handful of times, over the years. But they saw this and like, hey, we're going to change the way that we cook our fries, and we're going to use beef.
Tallow.
Tallow. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, and they've used that to their advantage in marketing, and it even if I recall, I saw a clip of RFK Jr. having some steak and shake fries just to say, hey, are French fries good for you? No. And he's a healthy guy. He works out. His health is important to him. But he's saying, at least now, I feel like I can eat these, and is it great for me? No, but it's not going to kill me because of what's in it and what it's made with.
It's if you're going to have a French fry, have that French fry.
Yes, right, exactly.
And it's been very cool to see Steak and Shake embrace this. And they'll interact with him on Twitter. He was in one of their restaurants the other day, and they sent out like something to the effect of, "Thank you for coming, Mr. Secretary." Okay, in the first Trump administration, Kellyanne Conway was getting chased out of restaurants. This is a big cultural shift where all of a sudden the Trump people aren't thought of as just, you can't even associate with them.
Well, it's the 80-20, right? Everything comes down to 80-20.
Right.
Outside of the 20% of crazies that are still out there protesting in front of government buildings in favor of fraud, waste, and abuse, outside of those crazies, everybody else is like, yeah, this is good.
But that's another end of this, that with USAID being stripped away and Doge being so effective at what they're doing, that money that used to be available, and we've seen some of this. We had some audio that we can get into later in the week where a guy talked about how he's being paid to protest $40 an hour to go stand outside and protest Elon Musk. Doesn't have opinion either way. It's just the optics of it. Well, now that there's going to be less money available for this, watch how small these protests actually become.
And you're seeing them get smaller and smaller to begin with. Even, what was it, Inauguration Day?
Yes.
There was a handful of like 12 people.
Yeah, we had before the pseudo State of the Union address, there was like 12 people standing outside the Capitol. I'm like, seriously, you got 12?
Like 12 whole people in a place that votes more than 90% for Democrats. You found 12.
Found 12 you could get out there.
I could find more than that on my own today to go protest anything. You know what I mean? I could get Lowe's and we would call a handful of people and we could get out there and put together more than 12 people.
Or like 12. Chick-fil-A, stop serving breakfast. I'm furious. We're going to go protest. We could probably get a lot of people to protest.
I would think so too. That's the thing. These people have been bought and paid for. I don't expect that to change, but I expect the influence to be less and less, because not only do they not have the money to pay the protesters anymore, they don't have the mainstream media that has the teeth to blast it out. They don't have the influence to use the megaphone to say, look, this is what's happening. This is why, because they support it all, but now they don't have any influence.
Doge work is so important because it sets the tone throughout the entirety of the administration in terms of when RFK Jr. starts to say, look at how the FDA is bought and paid for. This is what we're getting out of here. That's now stripping out some of that fraudulence. Some of that areas where you say they're not looking out for my best interest. And if you're doing that across the board throughout the entirety of the administration and the government, then we're doing good things, and they will be perceived as popular.
That's right. Truth matters. Angela, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
It flew by.
It really did. Wow.
And we hope to have you back again, probably early April, if not before.
Hopefully on the 7th and 8th, as long as everything goes well.
That's exactly
Fingers
right.
crossed.
That'll do it for us. We're going to turn this over to the Glenn Beck program. Beck is on until noon to 3. Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, then the local afternoon show with Kimber, Pete, and Flounder from 3 until 6. So for Angela, for Los, and Board Up Jure. My name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
If the American people don't know what the government's doing with the money, and they don't know by the billions of it, how is that democracy if it's working in secret?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Lord, if you're getting a tax refund, now is the perfect time to take it and invest it into your most important asset, your home. Make it the envy of the neighborhood. Make it the envy of the cul-de-sac. When people drive by, they'll go, man, that's exactly what I want my house to look like. Maybe it's a new door. Maybe it's the new double doors, because that's the theme. That's what's popular right now, the double doors in the front of the house. Windows, new windows, energy-efficient windows, gutters, siding, whatever you choose, maybe some millwork, screening in a back deck, something like that. They do it all at Southern Exteriors, and right now you can save 10% off any job, no matter how big the job, or get 0% financing for 12 months at Southern Exteriors. They have 200,000 jobs under the belt. They've been doing this a while, since 1999, and can do you up right. Take advantage of the offer. Here's how to get a hold of them. 8779-SOUTHERN, or go to southernexteriors.co at southernexteriors.co.
Have you considered securing your family's future, protecting your hard-earned assets? navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's favorite family lifestyle magazine. Partnering with our community and local businesses is what we love to do. Check out what's happening at the Avenue West Cobb.
Hey everyone, I'm Alondra. The Avenue West Cobb is just a short drive from Atlanta. Discover the dynamic mix of premium national brands like J. Jill and J. Crew, plus unique local realtors and delicious restaurants, including Lazia and Jim and Nick's. And don't forget our exciting events. Our bunny photos and our annual Spring Festival is just around the corner, and Puppy Fun at Paul's Fest is this summer. The Avenue is a vibrant destination with entertainment for the whole family. For the latest details, please visit us at theavenuewestcobb.com.
Sounds amazing. Friends, I'll see you at the Avenue West Cobb. Remember, our town is your town at Our Town Monthly.